Hello and welcome to NXTGEN Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all. Hello, good evening and welcome ladies and gentlemen to another round of fantastic racing action in the one and only NXTGEN Racing Touring Car Championship Season 9 as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC known as iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles. We're here once again today to take a look at all the racing action live from circuit side in the orange lobby split. And for round number 4 of the championship out of 10, we are here at the fastest circuit in the United Kingdom. It is none other than Thruxton. Located in the southern county of Hampshire, is a circuit that spans the best part of 2.35 miles and consists of 12 corners and is running all the way around the perimeter roads of the old Royal Air Force airfield. But whilst it may have been an airfield in the past, it is still technically an airfield as of today, with runways on the infield of the circuit seeing commercial and private aircraft take off every so often. But we'll also be expecting to see takeoff today while we are championship drivers' aspirations as they try to roar the way through to victory, whether it be overall in Pram Am or the team's championships, and there's plenty on the line today as we make our way towards the end of the first half of the season. But where are my manners? Allow me to welcome you a little bit more all to this broadcast live from circuit side, and you can be tuning in via one of 3 media platforms for your viewing pleasure this evening. You could be tuning in, of course, via the 2 official NXTGEN Racing media channels, and those do include YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for NXTGEN Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via YouTube. Also, we do have the alternative, which is on Facebook at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning via Facebook. And last but not least, we also do have the unofficial broadcast available on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning via Twitch. Now, who is TX141, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to introduce myself as your host and commentator for this season, and my name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And coming into tonight then, in terms of our schedule, or times in British summertime, that's BST, or it's all called anytime +1 at UTC +1, and that's been seen just under 18 minutes time. We're making our way into another qualifying session, 15 minutes in duration, all the drivers out there ready to go, after which, once we've set the grid for race number 1, where it's going to be away we go, albeit with a 5-minute driver's briefing period, and therefore we expect race number 1 of our 3 this evening, and to get underway at approximately 20 past 8. That'll be 16 laps in duration. All 3 of our races will be 16 laps in fact. And after our first race, we'll take a brief breather before returning for the gridding procedure at just after 10 past 9. And after another 16 laps of racing, well, of course, we do have our 3rd and final race of the day, and that will be our feature race with the reverse grid, the partial reverse grid, which will be identified through the lottery draw from the commentary booth. And race number 3 will be expected to get underway at just after 10 o'clock this evening. But as we get set and ready to go, 3 more fantastic races, and we're coming off the back of some absolutely superb races as well from round number 3 at Snetterton. But coming into tonight then, let's regale you with the story of the season so far and what we've got lying in wait today. Because as we can see, last time out on the 20th of May, we're at the Snetterton 300 circuit there, and what a round of racing it was. In the end, it was absolutely back and forth, and at the front of the field, no doubt about it, we got to see some absolutely standout performances from Wojciech Swirydowicz in both race 1 and 2 to take victory, and meanwhile in race number 3, Gavin Garner bringing on home a victory, and it's been a long time since we've seen him do so, but what a way to deliver. In the Pram class, it was all about the back and forth battle between Ben Altria, who took victory in races 1 and 2, and Nick Clemens, who took victory in race number 3, and in the Am class, well, we had Matthew Jordan spring a surprise victory, his first of the season, in race number 1, and in Sam Brady notching his first 2 wins of the season in races 2 and 3, and the Am class proving just to be as unpredictable as all the other classes out there. But here we are today then, on the 3rd of June for the Thruxton circuit. And after today, we make our way to Alton Park's Island circuit on the 17th of June, at which point we'll be closing out the first half of the season, and we'll head into our summer break. And when we do return from the break right at the end of July, we will potentially have Croft, depending on whether it comes to the iRacing simulator platform. If not, we do have a couple of circuits in mind, which it may be replaced by, and we'll keep you tuned on that, ladies and gentlemen, with a Season 3 update around the corner in a week's time. Well, Croft wasn't announced, so it is very likely we're not expecting Croft to be in the package, and therefore we will have to swap it out, but we will keep you posted as to what what's happening with that. Most likely we'll give you an update when we do go to the racing in round number 5 at Alton Park in 2 weeks' time. However, regardless of whether we race at Croft or elsewhere, the calendar will continue, and from the 29th of July to the 12th of August, we'll be in Scotland for the Knockhill International Circuit in round number 7 of the campaign, and then we'll make our way back to England for our final 3 rounds of the championship. On the 26th of August, it'll be the Donington Park Grand Prix Circuit. Then on the 16th of September, Silverstone National Play host, and then we bring it all to a close, of course, at the Grand Prix Loud to the Brands Hatch Circuit on the 30th of September, and we close out almost where we began, in the fact that we started off at Donington Park National and Brands Hatch Indy, and we head all the way back round to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix Circuit at the close. But coming into tonight then, well, you might be asking, well, that's our calendar and where we are today, then where do we stand in terms of our championship points going into today? Well, we don't quite have the overall official standings available, but we are going to be using the provisional standings from round number 3. The stewarding has not quite been completed from round 3 due to the availability of our stewards and our points guru, but as it stands, based on the provisionals from Snetterton's 300 last time out, starting with the overall Drivers' Championship stands, of course, we can see Wojciech Swirydowicz leads the way on 160 points to the 150 of Luciano Witvoet. Now, these two have been pulling it away. They really have been the 2 stars of the overall championship, and particularly of our pros. However, in an interesting conundrum today, and we need to give a big shout out to our championship leader, Wojciech Swirydowicz, because you won't be seeing him on the grid today. Now, we're not going to go into all the details. However, currently, Wojciech is in hospital, recovering from a significant operation. The good news is, ladies and gentlemen, he is in good spirits and he's on his way to recovery, but unfortunately, he's just not going to be able to go racing this week, and we hope to see him back on the grid in 2 weeks' time. So from all of us here at the Next Gen Racing community and up and down the NXTCC grid, I'm sure you'll agree with me in wishing Wojciech a speedy recovery there, because it's not quite the same when we do not have our 2-time NXTCC Drivers' Champion on the grid, and it does mean he'll lose the championship lead most likely after today, but what's more important is not losing his health. His health is on its way back to normal, and we'll be very happy to see him back on the grid in a future round. So that does mean Luciano Witvoet will be the man who wants to try and take control of the championship. However, he will have the 4-time NXTCC champion Mikey Doble chasing after him from 3rd place, 18 points behind. Then it's Isaac Doble in 4th, and young Isaac there having a good round of racing at Snetterton, and indeed come off the back of a great round of racing in both the NXTCC and the Legends. He'll be looking to try and move his way forward with Adam Delmont as well. You can never count out Adam Delmont, the man who's yet to become an NXTCC champion, but the man who should have picked up a championship crown by now, but that's the way the NXTCC has gone, and indeed keep your eyes out for him because he's very eager to sink his teeth into this top 5. Outside the top 5, well, that win in race number 3 today at Snetterton last time out has meant that Gavin Garner has moved his way into 6th, 5 points ahead of Andrew Pike. The Sim Racing Collective driver had a nightmare day at Snetterton by comparison. And then we have William Guthrie, Alex Meredith and Tom Davidson completing the top 10, noting that Meredith and Davidson joined on points 63 apiece, but Meredith ahead of Davidson based on result count back, despite the fact that Meredith wasn't on the grid last time out. Then best of rest and length, it's Conrad Kula on 62 points, only a point behind the top 10, with Lee Horn, Yaroslav Sabula, Matthew Addy and Lewis Delmont completing your overall top 15. But outside the overall top 15, how does it continue then within the orange lobby? Well, as we can see, Michael Lee sits in 16th place on 30 points. He's one ahead of Ben Gregory, with then a further point to Stuart Wyniss. Jamie Dory and Ben Aldria line up on 27 points apiece there, albeit Dory ahead of Aldria based on result countback, and Dory, in his own words, I had the pleasure of catching up with him in the build-up to tonight, saying to me this season hasn't gone the way he's wanted it to so far, and therefore he's looking to try and make some major ground today to get his championship back on course. The 2-time champion and indeed long-time NXTCC organiser just not having things go his way to date. Duncan Rice sits in 21st ahead of Kieran Smart, with Nick Clearance down on 20 points with a sizable 5-point advantage over Alan McCain and Sam Van Olst. That takes you to 25th place, and then rounding off the overall drivers' top 30, we can see that it's Alexander Paulik ahead of Reece Watt, with Sam Smith, Craig Tillotson and Matthew Jordan completing at that top 30. But coming then from our overall drivers' standings to our prime drivers' standings, and here we can see in terms of our 14 prime drivers, we'll look at how it stands. Michael Lease is the man currently to beat in the fact that he has had plenty of elbows out action this season, and Snetterton was no exception, and he is 13 points ahead of Ben Altrier. Now Altrier, with the victories in races 1 and 2 in class, he'll feel as though the momentum is on his side as he's moving his way forward, and he's got himself 1 point ahead of Track Scotland's Stuart Wyniss. However, if there's one thing we can count on with regards to Wyniss, is that his consistency is absolutely infallible. Indeed, it has been one of his traits ever since we've seen Wyniss take update to the grid in the NXTCC, and therefore he may not be the man scoring the headlines, but he's scoring big on the points, and that's going to do him well later on in the season, particularly if he can pick up a win today. Lewis Delmont sits in fourth there, the younger member of the Delmont family, who had a dismal race 1 and race 2 at Snetterton, but his race number 3 was certainly back on the recovery, and therefore a key podium there, enabling him to move back into fourth, 6 points ahead of Matthew Addy, who right now he's nipping away at the top 5 at the bottom end of it, but he'd like to be inside that top 3, and he's had one of those seasons so far, much like a traditional Matthew Addy season. It's not to be rude about him, whereby he's got the pace, he's got the tools, but unfortunately the luck hasn't been with him. 10 points behind him is Duncan Reiser, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver, who had a very flexible set of races last time out, with a great result in race number 2 compared to his race 1 and race 3, and he'll be looking to try and establish a bit more consistency under the eyes of Andy Fox, team principal and livery maker, with Ben Gregory sit in 7th place after that victory in race number 3, an absolutely key result for him, and then we will see Alan McCain, Nick Clemens and Kieran Smart completing the top 10, with Russell Fowler in 11th, ahead of Reece Watt, and then Sam Van Olst and Sam Smith. The battle of the two Sams complete the bottom end of the Pro-Am class. And then coming onto your Am class, last but by no means least, and well, right now, it's Marcel Fritsch who has moved back to the top. He came out of round number 1, your leader. Mark Sykes took lead after round number 2, after making it 3 wins out of 3, and now we find ourselves back in the hands of Marcel Fritsch after 3 rounds, whereby he didn't quite take any victories last time out, but what he did do was achieve a triplet of podiums, and what a result that was to put him 8 points ahead. From Sykes in second, meanwhile, we do have a sizable 17-point gap to Jonathan Collins, and Jonathan Collins as well, scoring well, but not quite taking his first victory of the season. Can he do that tonight? Well, we'll have to wait and see, or at least his first victory of the season at Snetterton in his career, I believe. Matthew Jordan in fourth, meanwhile, taking that absolutely incredible victory in race number 1 today, and indeed taking all the points in that race, the pole position, the fastest lap, you named it, he took every one of them. However, he's got to be aware of the fact that Craig Tillerson sits a further 6 points behind. Sam Bradley with 2 wins back-to-back at the end of the race at Snetterton, where he sits in 6th, ahead of Cal Murray, who completes the AM standings. We don't have the Teams Championship points available at the moment, so therefore we're going to move forward, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be moving forward then to our circuit. Well, we mentioned it earlier, and of course it is the Thruxton circuit, located near the village of Thruxton in the county of Hampshire in England, the United Kingdom. And well, thanks to iRacing.com, with their brilliant simulator, we can also see this brilliant track map, and we can see there in the grey silhouette, the runways and taxiways of this circuit. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a circuit which surrounds an infield runway which is still used today for small private and commercial enterprise flights. That does mean that this is one of the most active circuits in terms of both racing and also non-racing activities in the United Kingdom, week in, week out. And the entire circuit was established based off of the original perimeter roads of the airfield around it. And well, with it being the headquarters of the British Automobile Racing Club, or the BARC, or BARC as it's known in short, you wouldn't be surprised there to find it is one of those circuits that's definitely the beating heart of British motorsport in some respects. As our drivers make their way around here, the adrenaline will be pumping, and that will cause their hearts to beat even faster, because many of these corners, household names, where it be Allards at turn number 1, or alternatively the Goodwood through to Church Complex at turns 6 through to 8, or the run all the way out towards the Club Chicane at turns 10, 11 and 12 via Brooklands at 9. Well, this is a circuit where you've got to be brave and you've got to be bold, because the majority of the corners being sweepers around here, medium to high speed sweepers, you want to carry every mile per hour you can. But of course, in touring car racing class machines, there's only one problem. They're front engine front wheel drive, and that means increasing speed, there's going to be understeer. And those who can master the art of managing understeer and also oversteer off of the brakes going into corners, with only a very limited number of heavy braking zones, particularly that run into Club Chicane, which completes the lap, well, that's where we're going to see all the stories unfold, and it's going to be absolutely relentless. And that's before we consider some rain has fallen in the practice session in the build up to today, and rain is on the cards for all 3 races, potentially, depending on which way the wind and the clouds blow. But going into our rules then, because we can't go racing without rules, this is a fixed setup series as always, with all setups provided ahead of each and every race to our drivers. Driver classes, they have now been finalised as the conclusion of round number 3, and I'm very happy to announce we are not seeing any class changes coming into tonight. So all the drivers have stayed in the classes they were assigned to in round number 3, and therefore with no change, it means we've got stability all the way through to the end of the season, unless there's any exceptional circumstances from this point onwards. And race-wise, well, the race 1 grid shall be set based on results of qualifying. The race 2 grid shall be set based on results of race number 1, that's a given. And the race 3 grid shall be a reverse grid based on results of race number 2, albeit the reversal position will be drawn live from the commentary booth between 6th and 12th. Now, we have seen so far this season the numbers 10, 8 and 9 come out in that respective order over our 3 rounds. So therefore, will we see a repeat of one of them, or will we see a brand new number? That's the big question on the mind. Each driver has one fast repair available in each race, otherwise we're not expecting them to come into the pits at any point other than for pet repair work, alternative for a drive-through penalty, and each race shall conclude after either the allotted lap amount of 16 laps or 30 minutes, whichever expires first. Now going on to race stewarding, an independent race director is stewarding the races for track limit infringements plus the deployment of the safety car, and will track limits they've got to be aware of today will be run out of church at turn number 8 and also the run out of the club chicane and the final corner at turn number 12. Penalties for track limit infringements are thus: the first and second warnings, there's no penalty. On the third warning, it's a 5-second post-race time penalty. On the fourth warning, 10 seconds. And on the fifth warning, it's a drive-through penalty, which must be served within 3 laps. All racing incidents, meanwhile, shall be reviewed post-round. We also do have the inclusion of success ballast, as always, as applied on a race-by-race basis overall, and in the Prime and Am classes. And where we go into tonight for qualifying in race number 1, with the success ballast being based on the championship standings prior to the round. In fact, the provisional standings, which you have just seen, dictate that. For race number 2, the success ballast shall be updated based on the finishing positions of race 1. And once again, in race number 3, we do the same. We update it based on the finishing positions of race number 2. And we also do have a newcomer success ballast, but there's no newcomers on the grid today, so we can skip over that. And here's a reminder of the success ballast values. If you are interested, feel free to pause the broadcast, take a screenshot or note them down, and therefore you can take them to the different named drivers out there. And nobody will be taking the 56.1 kilograms of success ballast into their car for the purposes of qualifying in race number 1 today, what with Wojciech Swirydowicz absent on the grid. However, that 48.2 kilograms, that goes to Luciano Witvoet, and he'll know he'll have the heaviest car at a circuit where having that extra weight is going to be absolutely punishing. But let's head back to circuit then and start to see our drivers making the way on around, as we have only got the best part of 4.5 minutes left in this practice session, and we're everyone very eager out there to make a good impression. But as we mentioned earlier, we have had some rain in the practice session and just before our drivers made the way out onto circuit today, and with that rain, well, we've now got sunshine, albeit there's a lot of cloud around, so it does look as though the circuit is drying up, and most of our drivers having moved to the dry compound already, or the slick tyre as it's also known. That is going to make our drivers, I think, feel relatively comfortable in the fact they can get the hammer down. However, they will have to be wary of some spots of standing water out on the circuit, and there will be a dry line which will gradually expand to the wider portion of the tarmac. So the circuit is going to get faster and faster, and as we head into qualifying, it will potentially be its optimum towards the end of the 15 minutes, as we see Isaac Doble there giving you a demonstration what happens when you get a little bit too bold, as he makes his way wide out of Village Corner at turn at number 7, but brings it back on for Church just in time. Albeit you can imagine with that wet grass, with it being waterlogged, if you go off of the circuit entirely and all 4 wheels go onto the grass, you will be becoming the victim of your own car's momentum, and you'll be carried to the barriers very quickly. In Thruxton, one of those circuits with plenty of runoff space on the grass, but wet grass, you very quickly disappear off into the distance. It's very hard to get back, as Isaac Doble there almost misses coming into the pit lane. I think that was a quick surprise for him, but he does manage to squeeze his way in just in the nick of time. But the fastest driver in the AM class right now, Cal Murray, sets a personal best of 1 minute 20.836, and well, we haven't really seen Murray be all the way up there so far this season. It really has been the Fritsch and Sykes show, albeit with the interventions of Jonathan Collins and also Sam Bradley and Matthew Jordan in their own unique ways. And Cal Murray has gone a little bit under the radar so far. To be fair, we've also seen Craig Tillotson pick up his first podium of the season, the Verano Academy driver, having a good start to his season, no doubt about it. So therefore, we are expecting Murray to perhaps have a little bit of a stronger day today, given the pace he's demonstrating. But of course, that's the theory. Putting it into practice, the entirely different section of the aspect of the racing. And as we do see Lee Horn also making his way on through, we can always count on Lee Horn to try and give it his all from round to round and race to race. He's no stranger to throwing himself at each and every race with aplomb, and right now down in 13th in the overall practice standings. Well, something tells me he might be just still getting himself to grips with a slightly wet circuit that is drying. Now, as he roars his way on around, let's take a look at the weather if we can. Can we bring the weather up on the side of the screen? Yes, we can, is the answer. And there you can see that currently, in terms of our respective weather, well, it does look as though we've got a track temperature of 22 degrees centigrade, an ambient of 19 degrees centigrade, so it's rather mild here, and it's going to feel quite humid. 69% humidity there, that's quite nice. And well, as our drivers make the way around, it is going to feel as though it's one of those circuits that's not really going to give too much initially until the tarmac really dries up, and that's going to feel quite frustrating as they go into qualifying, because you're essentially at the mercy of the circuit offering you grip. And on the slick tyre, once you've got the temperature in the tyre, normally you expect the car is going to grip up, but when it is mild like this, and also with the amount of rubber that's been washed off the circuit as a result of the rain, there's not much rubber there. It's there's not much grip available, and they've got to lay the rubber down to get the grip in the first place. So it does mean the best qualifying times will come right at the end of the qualifying session. Now, it's not to say that doesn't normally happen. However, the thing about qualifying is you do see the best times start to emerge with about 5 to 4 minutes remaining rather than in the final lap of qualifying. So this could really be a qualifying session, depending on which way the weather goes, where suddenly we see all of our drivers really trying to climb their way up the chart right at the end of the session. But speaking of one driver who's climbed his way all the way to the top of the chart here in this practice session with a minute left on the clock, it's Adam Delmont here as he makes his way all the way through Brooklands and up into the club chicane. And well, the Next Gen Racing green driver absolutely laying down a marker there and very eager to try and make a good impression on this race, no doubt about it, or this round I should say, and looking to try and make sure his championship campaign really now does start to move forward. But as we do say hello to Katie Eames there, and I hope you're doing well, Katie, because I'm doing absolutely fantastically. Thank you. Very happy to be here tonight, covering all the race in action. And we say hello to you in the Facebook chat. And Katie, wishing the best luck to the Vrano Academy drivers tonight. And remember, we do have Craig Tillison, but we also have out there none other than, I do believe, the driver of, and that would be the driver of, well, give me a brief moment, Marcel Fritsch. There he goes. His name almost escapes me, but he does get himself found there in the pit lane, albeit he's inside one of the full tilt V Motorsport machines there with boosted motorsport. And, well, we will get a bit more clarity when they do make their way out of the pit lane later on. But as the circuit starts for a little bit more silent, we have a good number of drivers out there trying to put in their best possible times. Well, practice comes to a close, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what time it is then? It's time to head back out to circuit very shortly for 15 minutes of qualifying. Who will be on pole? Let's find out. So it's go, go, go for 15 minutes then of qualifying. Who is going to be on the front row of the grid? Who's going to be languishing towards the back and needing to get the job done? Well, all those questions and more we will get our answers to over 15 minutes, plus a bit of overtime for the final qualifying laps. Jamie Dewey being one of the first to make his way out the pit lane. But as you can see, the sun's gone away. We've still got some standing water on certain parts of the circuit, including making the way out the pit lane, albeit it does look as though the spray there is now very quickly coming off the car. We can see a couple of puddles there coming into the run of the chicane of turns 2, 3 and 4, and that being at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. But I get the feeling now most of the racing circuit, particularly the racing line and around it for the most part, so say about 75% of the tarmac now will feel relatively dry, and therefore our drivers will be able to push. We also do say hello to Mark Kent in the YouTube chat there, and I hope you're doing well, Mark, representing of course Full Tilt V Motorsport, not alongside his teammates at the moment, but at the same time I do believe that Mark racing in the blue lobby, whereas we're looking here at the orange lobby. And don't forget, you can catch all the race action from the blue lobby tomorrow. It is broadcasted live from circuit side, albeit we delay the broadcast by a day to make sure that you don't have media clash whereby you're trying to watch two broadcasts simultaneously. And that broadcasting lobby being in the very capable hands of one of the Next Gen commentary legends and one of the very first commentators of Next Gen Racing on iRacing, that being none other than Alex Everett. And well, Alex, an absolute superstar, and indeed my mentor, and indeed I could not have asked for a better mentor in the man with a plan behind the microphone. But as we do see Kieran Smart bobbing and weaving his way there, coming on towards Brooklands, we're doing a bit of weaving there, and keep your eyes out for Kieran Smart because he was the fastest Pro-Am driver in practice right at the end, putting himself inside the top 5, looking quite happy. That's top 5 overall. But as he now makes his way through the club chicane, something tells me in fact there's quite a bit of spray coming off the back of the car. I think there's been a little bit of rain between practice and qualifying. Now that they are out there on dry tyres, as we see Smart struggling his way onto his first flying lap, and well, the iRacing Esports Honda there not too happy about practically being impeded almost, albeit he would argue he was being a bit impeded there. I think Smart just recognising it in time, and therefore they will probably get away with it, and I think there will be a little bit of grumbling. There's more grumbling there from the Sim Racing Collective pair, and Smart right now trying to get the hurry up there, coming on through the run of Cobb to Seagrave, but that's not quite worked out for him, and off centre line. And well, now as he does step aside there, making his way all the way in towards the fast left-hander of Noble. Well, he's definitely not made any friends in this qualifying session so far, but all will be forgiven very quickly. They are an understanding lot on the NXTCC grid. Indeed, a lot of these drivers off the circuit are great friends, and on the circuit they're friends and rivals. And well, as we do see there, a couple of drivers getting all out, so oh my goodness me. And well, that being, I believe, one of our Next Gen Racing pink cars, was that Lee Horn's Honda that had to step aside and in? I think so, as we had Lewis Delmont come charging on through, and also one of the Doble Motorsport machines, and I believe that is none other than Mikey Doble, who played catch up there, and they all got very close together. And we're roaring the way towards the end of their first flying laps. We start to get some initial times coming in onto the board. And Lewis Delmont there goes provisional pole on a 1 minute 18.628. He was flying out there. And, well, in fact, that was Joe Doble behind him. Get ourselves corrected. So you can just see Joe Doble a little bit further back. And, well, the Doble family having plenty to celebrate, of course. What with Mikey Doble's first ever overall BTCC win at Snetterton only a weekend ago. And, well, that was an absolute superb result. In fact, not only a weekend ago, 2 weekends ago, I should say. Let me get my dates in the correct order, but taking that phenomenal result there and holding off Ash Sutton all the way to the end in race 3 of 3. And, well, definitely the first win's always a special one. And for Mikey Doble, as it was Mikey Doble behind him, in fact, I was right the first time. I've got to stop doubting myself. Was number 1 driver, makes his way on around there. He'll definitely feel as though he's number 1 coming into today, and he'll look to try and prove that point as he roars his way a little bit deeper into this qualifying session. As he comes down in towards the right hand there of turn number 8, well, the driver who pushes his way through Church right now will be hoping for a bit more pace and a little bit less of a worry about what's in front of him, albeit still sapping the slipstream there of Lewis Delmont. I think he'll be very grateful for the tow. We've still got plenty of drivers yet to get a valid lap on the board, none more so than Jamie Dorey, as Adam Delmont now raises the bar by a whole second over the field. My good lord. And Cal Murray goes second place. The AM provisional pole sit at the moment, albeit most of the AM classes yet to get a valid lap on the board. But Cal Murray, a 118.068. We're looking at very good times from Murray there. Murray definitely does have an ace up his sleeve. He has no success ballast in that car, to be fair to him. But still, at the same time, he's demonstrating that there's a lot of pace. And perhaps Thruxton is just a circuit that favours him, as all the drivers are now really grouped together. And in terms of what we can expect in the qualifying session here at Thruxton, we can expect a lot of drivers will want to prioritise slipstream as much as possible, because this is such a fast circuit, and what you lose on entry into a corner by being in the dirty air of another touring car racing machine, you gain twofold almost by being in the tow over the entirety of the lap, particularly the run out of Church, up Brooklands, and in towards the club chicane to complete lap, and also from Allard all the way in towards turns 2, 3 and 4 of Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. It's all those little bits of tow that will help you out and give you a huge advantage in terms of lap time. But one driver right now who's not using the slipstream, indeed he's out there by himself, is Michael Lees, while the big stars in Pro-Am, and let's jump aboard with him as he takes us around for a flying lap. So into Allard corner he goes, and as he does, hold in 4th gear as he glances his way to the apex curb, now up into 5th as he comes through the long left curvature before going on to the brakes. This will be over to the left-hand side then, and on the brakes, they're about 90 metres from apex into Campbell corner, riding over the apex curb, bringing it over to the right, and then snapping it sharp left to cut his way over the apex to Cobb, keep the car over to the left, and swing it back to the right as he goes through Seagrave, completely full of direction change there as quickly as he can, as he now makes his way into Noble. He gets to take a brief breather, and as he does so, a dab of the brakes here to shut the car in and perhaps even lift off the throttle. In fact, I think that's just a lift as he goes through the fast left-hander and now through the long right of Goodwood. And this is all about throttle modulation as he drops the gear to 4th, finds himself at 103 miles an hour at the apex of Goodwood, and now down through the long right-hander of Village, puts the car in the middle of the road to straight line his way out, and now lets the car roll out to the left to go all the way into the long right-hander, the fastest corner on the circuit, and that is Church, 131 miles an hour at apex. He makes one out, and now all the way up towards club via the Brooklands curve. Well, through turn on and he comes, and as he does so, it's a long braking zone here, and braking at about 75 minutes of corner apex, trail braking all the way down to 3rd gear, and now mounting the curbs there at club, coming on through down to 2nd on the apex of turn at number 12, just to give himself a little bit more rotation. And well, for Lees, what's it going to be this time? He was 26th going on to lap, and it puts him 7th. A lovely lap there from Michael Lees, and I think he's even got more in the tank there, but 1 minute 17.430, and that is under his own steam, no slipstream there. So Michael Lees right now will take a bow, because to do that without a tow, I can imagine if he can find a bit of tow out there, he may be looking at a 117.1, and that would put him well in contention for potentially pole position in Pro-Am. And if you were to do that lap time right now, it would put him on the 2nd row of the grid. It would put him ahead of Andrew Pike for 3rd, albeit a lot of drivers still improving out there, and this circuit could still be turning its pace. Where is our 2nd place man in the overall championship meanwhile? Well, he makes one around there in the Brabham Esports liveried machine, albeit I believe racing for World of Racing still, but it might be a special livery on the car in preparation for the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, which is coming up in the iRacing official events this weekend. We do know that a number of drivers here represent different teams in different series and special events, and Brabham Esports also a major team then, Luciano Witvoet being a driver who's raced for them for a number of occasions, I believe, in my sim racing history, and a very established team there as he now makes his way in towards the fast right-hander all the way down through The run then of Goodwood Village and Churchley begins his journey, and in terms of the cars around here, we do expect the Honda to be very fast, particularly when you have mixed conditions. The Honda seems to go well at Thruxton, as we saw last season with Thruxton arriving on the iRacing simulator platform in Season 8 of the NXTCC, where we did get to see the Hondas really enjoy the wet and dry, particularly the wet conditions around here. But in drier conditions, any one of our cars could be strong. The Hondas will still be strong because they can carry all the corner speed. The Audis will be strong because they've got the straight line acceleration and top end speed. The Hyundais, meanwhile, with the velocities of Jack of all trades, master of none, so it has a little bit of everything. And the Elantra, well, has a lot of pace over a single lap, but it also does have the risk of tyre degradation over those front tyres compared to its rivals, albeit with conditions today being at sub 30 degrees centigrade, even with regards to track temperature. We are not expecting that front tyre wear to be brutal. And as he roars his way on around, and well, I do see there Mark Kent saying, I think his first one in NXTCC was a Brabham car, in reference to Luciano Witvoet, and I think you might be right. In fact, I believe that was back when he entered as a privateer. Goodness me, that would have been 5 seasons ago, if my history is correct there. And well, goodness me, it has been 5 seasons since Luciano Witvoet made his debut on the NXTCC grid. It has been a long time. That's 2 years ago. Goodness me, the time has absolutely flown. But speaking of flying right now, as Mikey Doble flies his way out of turn number 8 and all the way through Brooklands he goes then in towards the club chicane, well, as he heads all the way up there in towards the braking zone. Still 6 minutes on the clock plus a final lap. And well, where are the big surprises right now? Well, one of them is Marcelo Reles, doing an absolutely fantastic job in the Rincon racing machine as he roars his way from left into right, as he comes all the way then through the back end of the circuit now. A 16.488 is the fastest lap that he set, and goodness me, that's 3/10 faster than anybody else. We should caveat, however, there's very little success ballast, if at all any, in the number 738 Honda, and therefore he will feel as though he's got the lightest possible car he can have at his fingertips, albeit you can see there as well, just gliding his way through the fast right-hander and up towards the run of the club chicane very shortly. And right now, can Reles go even faster? Well, Sector 1 and Sector 2 he has not improved. Sector 3, we'll have to wait and see what he's going to be able to do here as he makes his way right, left, right he goes. And as he comes on out, what's it going to be this time around? Something tells me it's not going to be an improvement, and this might be a lap that he's teeing himself up for the next lap instead, because in fact his lap time there not being close to what he's previously done, and I believe that was an invalidated lap. I think he had an offer somewhere and might be trying to get the car back up to speed. But from one Honda that's leading the way up front all the way to a third place Honda, and this is third place overall, but provisional pole position Pro-Am, it's Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. And we saw him going very quickly early on, albeit he did have the little bit of a stumble behind at the time, none other than Kieran Smart, albeit the two have been able to separate their ways. And I believe that right now Smith is just tucked in behind the Track Scotland driver as they come out the corner, and as he roars his way out at this point, well, for Smith right now, it is going to be trying to find somebody to work with. But hold the phone, as we do have Russell Fowler here, currently in 8th place, 3rd place in Pro-Am, and the Verano Esports driver making his way in towards turns 2, 3 and 4, and as he does in that Audi, runs a little bit wide of the apex curve. However, he's doing that for a reason. Don't be alarmed if you see him dodge apex curves, and a lot of our Audi drivers will do so. We do know that the Audi struggles over raised curves compared to its rivals. The other car that does is the Honda. However, it has got a little bit better over the last couple of seasons with regards to its curb response, whereas the Audi on its fixed setup really does struggle over the curves, and that's where you see the Audi drivers really not like to touch them where possible, or they will literally touch them with the tip of the wheel and that's it. But as he makes his way on through the long right-hander, turn 6 in towards 7, well, right now Fowler definitely trying to get a move on here. He is the fastest in the second half of lap out of all of our Pro-Am drivers, whether that's with tow or not. We're setting down a marker as Adam Delmont now has dethroned Marcelo Reles from pole position with a 16.468, so 19 thousandths faster by comparison, and it looks like this qualifying session getting tighter and tighter then, with only 3 minutes left on the clock as Fowler right now makes his way through club. What can he do here? He is in the tow of one of the world of racing machines. I believe that is none other than Conrad Kula in front, who's gone the fastest of everybody in the final sector, so therefore Kula going third, a 16.673. Fowler takes provisional prime pole position, but Lewis Delmont says, hold on a second, no, that's not right, because I'm the provisional pole man in Pro-Am, and he puts himself up to 4th place. Well, Lewis Delmont right now definitely lighting up the tyres and lighting up the car, and the timing sheets with it. What about in Am? We're still Cal Murray. He's just come out the pit lane. He's decided to take a bit of a breather, and now he makes his way back out there again. And Murray, well, I can say one thing right now, he is potentially on course for his maiden pole position in Am by the best part of 3 attempts over Marcel Fritsch. And Murray does seem to be in a little bit of a world of his own at the moment, as one noticeable absence on this grid, no Mark Sykes this evening. Well, they do have a drop score over the course of the season, if my memory serves me correctly, and therefore I can elect to miss around. How Mark Sykes not be on the grid for Thruxton, well, that's a little bit of a surprise and not a welcome one to see, but I do believe Mark absolutely loves this circuit, but I get the feeling he may not have been able to make it due to personal reasons, and I do believe all's okay with Mark, he's just not been available today. But as we continue back to our man who makes his way onto a flying lap, well, let's jump on board then with Cal Murray to see exactly how he gets the damage done here at the Thruxton circuit. Going into turn number 1 at Allard then, nice and sharp on entry, mounting the apex curve then, no hesitation, 110 miles an hour at apex, carrying a lot of speed in this Honda, all the way now in towards the braking zone for turn number 2, breaking the 100 meter board there, bringing the car really aggressively towards the apex to offset any understeer under braking, through a left-hander and runs a little bit deep, and Murray there, I think right now the front right tyre not quite warm enough yet to be used as aggressively as we would like, as you can see the way the car stepped wide, it compromises the line through 4, but into Noble at 5, holding 5th gear there, 119 miles an hour at the apex, and now all the way goes through turn number 6 here, lifting off the throttle, gets the car to tuck in, and now back on the throttle, lets it roll out wide, practically to the white lines, and indeed you've got to judge that as a driver, it's so difficult to judge, even though you're sat on the left-hand side of the car, now down the hill through 7 and in towards 8, through church he goes, and well, he won't be praying for a miracle here, because he's absolutely nailed that one, as he roars his way all the way up towards club, where it's a long way to go, and in 6th gear, this is where the Hondas will feel a little bit of pinch on their pace because they don't have the straight line speed acceleration in 6th gear, but onto the brakes he goes then all the way down, battling with some oversteer under braking as he comes off the brake gradually, but lovely motion there from Cal Murray, cuts his way with the apex as much as he's allowed to do so, and then towards the timeline where he's currently 25th. Is this going to be a bit more time for Murray as he comes across the line? And the answer is not quite, and will that mistake through turns 2, 3 and 4, that's what cost him at the lap time, but otherwise he was on for a personal best in the second half of the lap, so right now Murray definitely finding some more pace out there as Russell Fowler moves back up to 7th, just behind Lewis Delmont, and well, between the two of them it's only half a tenth, if that. Well, who's on the bobble right now? Well, we do have Matthew Jordan a long way down there, the AM driver NXTGEN Pink, not quite having the qualifying session he would like at the moment, down in 32nd. Craig Tillerson with no lap on the board, Sam Bradley's in the pit lane 33rd at the moment, and Jonathan Collins in a surprise twist. Well, right now the WSS Racing driver really not having a happy qualifying session as the clock strikes 15 minutes. Well, Adam Delmont's in the pit lane, he set the provisional pole lap a 16.468. Can Marcello Reles respond here as he's had a personal best in Sector 1? Sectors 2 and 3, they haven't quite gone the way he's wanted them to. We head towards the timeline. What's it going to be for Reles here as he comes across the line? And the answer is going to be, it's not enough. Well, Delmont stays safe for now. Meanwhile, in the Prime class, Lewis Delmont, 6th fastest overall. There's Russell Fowler on the grass. The Fowler will not be improving, and that may be it in the battle for Prime pole position, unless Sam Van Olst can spring a surprise in the Goldwing Motorsport, the GWM machine, as he comes down through turn number 8 through church in the Audi. And it's fantastic to see there. We do have all 3 manufacturers and all 4 different cars inside at that top 10, albeit the top 10 being dominated by Hondas in the top 5, as Conrad Kula goes fastest, and he gets it done there, puts the Elantra on pole with a 16.452, that being off camera, and that's right at the end of qualifying. Goodness me, Kula leaving it all to the last gasp there. Well, Russell Fowler makes his way on through at 9. It's not going to work out for him. Lewis Delmont did not improve in the end. He didn't need to. He put it in the pits. Sam Smith has not improved either. Sam Van Olster's not improved. Can anybody else improve? Well, Kieran Smart head on through as Matthew Addy moves to 29th there, but he's had a dismal qualifying session. Ooh, and that's not the way you want it for Track Scotland, as we can see there. Stuart Winus getting right on the back of his teammate right at the end, and Kieran Smart soldier along, and Winus, where is he on the grid is the question. Not quite sure at the moment in terms of where he sits in the time tower, 20 if he sits. Nick Clemens into the pit lane as well. I think that's everyone complete in qualifying other than Lee Horn. Well, in fact, Lee Horn's got to be complete as well because we are 2 minutes over overtime now. So with that, it does mean that Conrad Kula takes his first overall pole position of the championship, and indeed this season, and he'll be joined on that front row by Adam Delmont. It's time then, ladies and gentlemen, to take our 5-minute rest break for our drivers as they go through their driver's briefing before we do head to the grid for our first race of the day. So as all drivers get themselves set to go racing, well, of course, this is a perfect time. If you haven't already, to give yourself a small breather, make sure you go to the bathroom, make sure you got a nice cool refreshment or a cup of tea, depending on your preference and where you are in the world. And also, if you haven't got any snacks, definitely worth getting some snacks quickly because we are on a 5-minute warm-up. But whilst we are waiting, we do say hello in the YouTube chat there to Catherine Meredith, and I hope you're doing well, Catherine. And indeed, I'm sure yourself and also John your husband John, I do believe, will be tuning in to see how Alex gets on this evening. Your son Alex Meredith, and Alex Meredith being one of our drivers out there in the pro class, looking to give it his all as always, and will fly the banner high for WSS Racing. But as we do have the brief cool down period, well, there you can see the taxiway and the runway for the modern day airfield of the Thruxton circuit. But in terms of a little bit of history then with regards to the Thruxton circuit, and I am not totally looking at Wikipedia as I do look to give you a bit of a history, I promise you that, wink wink nudge nudge, in the fact that I might be, but this is a circuit over the course of its extensive history and even in modern times has played host to a variety of racing series, whether it be the British Touring Car Championship as of today. It's also previously hosted the British GT Championship, the GB3 Championship, and also British Formula 3. And the reason it gets the reputation or the nickname of being the fastest circuit in the United Kingdom is because you do see cars reaching speeds of up to, if not in excess of 190 miles per hour. And that's what has been illustrated by a test lap from none other than Damon Hill, who in a Williams Formula 1 car was able to achieve an average lap speed of 147 miles an hour around the circuit in 1993. And well, goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, to put that in perspective, that's not even achieved these days at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, even in the modern era of Formula 1 machines. But as all the drivers sit in the pit lane, or they sit in their paddocks at the moment, this was constructed, much like many a British circuit, on the site of the former Royal Air Force base, and it being RAF Thruxton, as utilised during the Second World War by both the Royal Air Force and also the United States Army Air Force, of the USAAF. It was also used for a number of operations throughout the war, including the D-Day landings, and on top of that, also the Bruneval raid, or known as Operation Biting, and that was where paratroopers took off from this airfield to be dropped behind enemy lines and go to war. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, drivers will be going to war in 2.5 minutes time now as they get themselves all set and ready. And as we say, this is the circuit that made its origins from the perimeter road of the Royal Air Force airfield, and that started all the way from 1968 and then gradually over time it has evolved into the circuit it is today. But prior to that, we also did see a racing occur, particularly motorcycle based racing on the runways and the perimeter road. But in the 60s, the runways gave way to more of a focus on the perimeter road, and from that point onwards, then the focus really did become around the circuit that's just gradually evolved over its extensive history. It has been resurfaced, only one major resurfacing effort that has been put in. You may notice the patchwork of surfacing of the circuit, in the fact that certain sections have been resurfaced over the course of more recent history in the last 20 years, but otherwise the last major resurfacing for the entire circuit was in the year of 2000. But as our drivers then make the way out, I believe the driver's briefing has been completed. Yes, it has, and that means with a little bit of time left, we might be able to grab a word or two from one of our drivers. I'd love to get a word from Conrad Kula if we can, given it is his first ever pole position overall in a qualifying session, but I don't think he's available at the moment, unfortunately. Otherwise, we could have heard from him, and I think that would have been a story and a half in terms of his faults and his surprise potentially on taking that pole position. But I'm sure we'll find a way to get a word from him at some point this season, if not sooner then later. We're going to take a quick sip of water, and now in a minute's time we'll be heading to the grid for race number 1 of the day. Now, one of the big questions that will be lingering going into these races is, will the weather stay dry? Well, we've seen so far a bit of rain in the build-up to practice, and indeed at the start of practice the rain went away, the circuit has dried out, everyone is on the dry compounder tyre at this time, and as they all make the way on around in this final warm-up session, a couple of drivers going out there just to probe the circuit and see whether there's any more water out there that needs to be wary of. And well, I do believe Adam Delmont finding a tiny bit of standing water coming into Church Bend, but no more than that. So therefore it is going to be slick conditions, but all of our drivers wanting to do their research when they can, as we do see Alex Meredith out there as well in the WSS Racing Hyundai Veloster, and well, we look forward to seeing what he can do from his starting position on the grid. Without further ado then, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first race of the day. Let's head to the grid, see how they all line up, and go green flag racing for 16 laps of racing here at the Thruxton circuit. So as all the drivers make the way onto the grid, the sun shines, and this is how they line up for race number 1 of round 4 of season 9 of the NXTCC, powered by Doble Motorcycles. Conrad Kula takes his maiden overall pole position for World of Racing at STR Motorsports. He'll be joined on the front row by Adam Delmont for NXTGEN Green. On row number 2, it's going to be Marcello Reales for W2E Pro GP, and he'll be in the company of Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective Esports, with a season best qualifying performance. Behind the 57, it'll be his teammate for the Tom Davidson car of 42, also in a season best qualifying performance, and then we will have on to complete row number 3, your pole sitter in the Pro-Am class of Lewis Delmont. Well done to him for NXTGEN Green. Russell Fowler just lines up behind him, half a tenth off of Rhino Esports, and then 8th place goes to your second place man in the championship, Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing with STR Motorsports. Your top 10 is completed by Sam Van Os for Goldwyn Motorsports and Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. It's going to be the battle of the Sams from the 5th row of the grid. Behind them, on row at number 6, you'll have the combination pair of none other than Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports and Isaac Dole for Doble Sim Racing. Ben Altrier for Full Tilt B Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport begins at 13th, ahead of Michael Elise for JWM Motorsport. Then we'd have Mikey Dole for Doble Sim Racing, ahead of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. 17th, it'll be Lee Horn for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of his teammate Jamie Dory, both having a difficult qualifying session. And will the woes continue for NXTGEN Pink, with Gavin Garner starting 19th, ahead of Stuart Winess, who had a dismal qualifying position in terms of this first race, compared to his teammate who's 4 places ahead of him. Then we do have on a row at number 11, William Guthrie, who begins this race in 21st, and the Full Tilt B Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport driver begins ahead of Joseph Doble for Doble Sim Racing. Then we'll have on row number 12, Duncan Rice for Goldwyn Motorsports, ahead of Alexander Paulik for World of Racing with STR Motorsports, and then the German will give way to the Briton of Alex Meredith, who starts 25th with all the work to do. We then do have Cal Murray, who starts 26th on pole position, his maiden pole position in the AM class. Well done to him for NXTGEN Green, head of Reswap for JWM, and Marcel Fritsch for Rhino Esports. And Matthew Addy and Alan McCain will complete the top 30 for WSS Racing and iRacing Esports respectively. Then on row at number 31, it is going to, well, not row number 31, in 31st place, it will be Ben Gregory for Full Tilt B Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport, and he'll be in the company of Matthew Jordan for NXTGEN Pink. We'll then have on the final 4 row of the grid, row number 17, Sam Bradley for NXTGEN Green, and WSS Racing's Jonathan Collins, with Craig Tillotson for Rhino Esports starting 35th. He didn't get a valid lap on the board, and therefore he's got it all to do from the back of the field. Well, that is a run through the grid order, ladies and gentlemen. It is a packed grid, 35 cars, all absolutely itching to go, and well, only a few drivers are yet to get into their spots, but when they all do, it is going to be an incredible race number 1, no doubt about it. Because the thing is, it's a short run to turn number 1. The battles all begin at turns 2 and 3. And what I think a lot of drivers right now not knowing which tyre compound to run, because as we show you the compounds on the left-hand side, the majority of the field has gone for the slick, but there are some on the wets there. They're expecting some rain to come, those who are gambling on the wet tyre. Is the gamble the right one? Well, we have seen many a gamble so far this season, and even in Season 8 with the introduction of wet weather for the TCR cars on iRacing, it hasn't always worked out. The one who made the magical gamble play off was Lee Horn, of course, in the race at Suzuka that previous season. But could we see some magic here today? Because right now the highest wet runner will be Sam Van Olst, who starts 9th on this grid, and well, he's going for a gamble that could demote him all the way down. But if the drops of rain fall enough midway race distance, he could suddenly find himself jumping up the order, because everybody in front may have to give way. Well, that grid is set. We're just waiting on one car towards the back of the grid, but I think grid is complete, and it's going to be Craig Tillotson starting from the pit lane if he starts at all. Well, 34 cars on the grid. It's going to be 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the first of our races today. As Conrad Kula has a stall there on the start. He gets away in the end, and you can see Adam Delmont tiptoeing away. Marcello Reales up the inside of him as they roar the way through turn number 1. In towards turn number 2 they'll go then as they climb the way up. Andrew Pike having the best start of the top 4, trying to find his way in one way or the other. He's going to get around the outside of Reales, but Reales will battle back with him. Is it free wide tap on the rear? And that's going to be Lewis Delmont going sideways as Andrew Pike is elbowed out, with Tom Davidson, his teammate, going around the outside to the inside into 4. They're going to stumble over each other. Luciano Witvoet gets it on through. Behind them, primarily battle. That's Russell Fowler already up into the lead. What with Lewis Delmont having a bit of a scattered start as they roar the way into Noble Quarter. Well, 2 wide between these two now as they come on through, and I think Lewis Delmont will just about get back ahead. So Lewis Delmont returns to the lead of the Pro-Am class here as they roar the way into turn number 6. Sam Van Olst battling with Sam Smith. They're the battle of the 2 Sams, on the right to be Super Sam as they charge the way around. But right now it's going to be Smith, who's just ahead by a small margin, albeit I would say that as they roar the way down, that is going to be Nick Clemens falling back down the order. field of the iRacing Esports car that was ahead, and he's going to put himself ahead of Van Olst, and therefore Van Olst now have two iRacing Esports cars to make his way through. He's not seeing double, nor are you, ladies and gentlemen. You are seeing what your pictures tell you you're seeing, but behind them we see a bit of a free wide moment here as they come up the rise in towards club, and that is going to be Mikey Doble and a battle with Kieran Smart and also the Elantra there of Jamie Dory. Dory takes the two places in one braking zone, so Jamie Dory returning to 15th place. He'll be happy with that. A solid move there from Dory, but after one lap is absolutely gloves off. They charged away on to lap number 2, but behind them further back, and Cal Murray, your class leader in the AM class, and Starton pole, he's still held on to that lead as Matthew Jordan's made some great progress. Marcel Fritsch has fallen all the way down the order to the back of the AM class, excluding Craig Tillison, who's not on the circuit at the moment. I believe there's been an issue with the car, and therefore it's not why it's out for Tillison. Hopefully we see him back in the next race of the day. But Jonathan Collins now trying to battle around the outside to inside of Bradley, through right, in towards left, and then back to the right-hander he goes, but Bradley tries to get back up the inside of him. It doesn't quite work out, and WSS Racing driver there does, in the end, move into 28th place, but more importantly for him, 3rd place in the AM class. He looks to try and move forward, chasing after Matthew Jordan. Well, that's Reese Watt. They're going sideways. Watt's on the wet tyre, so he's struggling at the moment. That wet tyre's going to be boiling hot as he roars his way around. He's got no water to cool the tyre down, so therefore have those who started on the wets, they've gambled, and this gamble is not paying off right now. Well, of course, the longer they spend on the wet tyre, but there's no water on the racing surface, they are going to cause that wet tyre to very quickly lose its tread blocks, and it will eventually become a slick effectively, but not a very effective one. But as I try to carry on, Sam Bradley here is now under pressure of Collins and Jordan, and this is going to get very tantalisingly close as we jump aboard with your 4th place and runner Matthew Jordan, looking for an opportunity here as he tries to find a way through, as that is going to be Collins going all in on the braking in towards club. Wipers on there for Jordan. I think that's just to get some spray off of his windshield rather than any rain, so Jordan in the end just playing the conservative approach, didn't want to get involved in that fight, but Jonathan Collins elbowing his way up the inside of Sam Bradley into club, moves back into 2nd place. As we come from this battle then and look further up the field, well, more still to come, no doubt about it, but at the very front of the field, Adam Delman has found his way ahead of Marcelo Reles, and well, in doing so, is now starting to open up a little bit of a gap on lap number 3 of this first race of the day. Through 6 they go, and as they come through, Conrad Kula, who had the pole position, we had a very slow start. He's dropped down to 3rd place and almost runs wide as he takes to the white line, and well, thankfully, there's no water in that white line at this time, as otherwise that car would have potentially been going around. Further back there, we can see in the fight for 10th, well, that is going to be the fight for 9th. In fact, let me correct myself. Ben Ultrier trying to go around the outside. The 420 Motorsport machine just about. Oh, no, it runs wide. And as he rejoins there, well, he'll rejoin behind his rival, not to gain an advantage. And Sam Smith in the end putting Ultrier under mental pressure. And Ultrier wilting by running wide, carrying too much speed. And Smith returns to 3rd place in prime. Brilliant driving here from the iRacing Esports driver. He's really enjoying himself at Thruxton, no doubt about it. And Ultrier's got to find a bit more magic as they make the way onto the next lap. We look back from the rear of the number 27, powering his way onwards here in towards turn number 1. Lee Horn also trying to get onto the back of this battle. Now, as you can see in there in the distant picture, fighting his way on past Nick Clemens, getting up the inside into Allard, and as they roar the way in towards turns 2, 3 and 4, Sam Smith now starting to create a bit of a gap here, and he'll be feeling confident. Further back, Stuart Wyness, he started in 20th place. He's battling up with Gavin Gardner. Both drivers have made some progress. In fact, they've both made 3 places overall since the start, but neither one's exactly where they want to be right now, and I would imagine at this point, Wyness will be thinking to himself, okay, what else can I do? Well, he can just carry on at this point and not make any mistakes. I think that's going to be the important part of his racing, but of course, he'll want to make that progress sooner rather than later, but they have got plenty of laps to do so. In fact, we do have 16 laps here. It is going to be the best part of a 20-minute race in terms of duration, but those laps will gradually trickle away, and as they do, will tyre life become a bigger factor, and also will the weather turn against other drivers? We will see. But right now, whoever starts on the wet, it does seem as though the weather has turned against them, at least for now. And I can't see any rain clouds in the distance that are coming over the circuit. They seem to be moving away. But looking back towards the very front of the field, Adam Delmont here, the man with 5th place success ballast coming into this race versus the lighter car Marcelo Reles. Well, across the line they go on to lap number 5, and Conrad Kula, they're going defensive down into and turn at number 1, and I think yielding there to Andrew Pike, who goes around the outside. I think the two of them might have had a bit of an altercation, which has led to the swap in the position. So Kula gives the place up there to Pike, but makes it difficult for him into turn number 1, albeit just because he has to give the place up, he feels he doesn't have to make it the easiest way to give it up. And looking further back, Luciano Witvoet up the inside of Russell Fowler. That's to retake 7th place overall. So Fowler now falling backwards a little bit as he's fallen off the circuit. In fact, Russell Fowler went wide, and in doing so went around, almost ended up up onto the grass on the outside of turn number 4. We rejoins, but Russell Fowler drops all the way from 2nd in Pro-Am, all the way down to 5th in class on 13th overall. That's suddenly going to become 6th here, because Kieran Smart's not going to waste any time, goes up the inside there in the Elantra and says, don't mind if I do, thank you. But Russell Fowler, meanwhile, says, hold up a second, I didn't say you could. And as they come charging through turn number 6, he gets the place back. So Smart now finding that he's met his match, but making the way through. Oh, goodness me, that is a big swing to the outside as they head in towards turn number 8. And as they cover down there, well, Smart right now trying to look for the cut back here, but the problem is he's going to run a little bit too deep off the corner, and he won't get the overspeed he wants, as Russell Fowler carried just as much speed out. And with that Audi, the one thing he's got is acceleration to match, if not surpass the Elantra. So Russell Fowler returning to the 5th place spot in Pro-Am class and putting a rubber stamp on it. But looking further back, well, this is Cal Murray chasing after Matthew Addy, your AM leader, chasing after your 9th place Pro-Am driver. And then 3 seconds back, there is your 2nd place AM machine of Jonathan Collins in the 1-2-3. And right now, he feels though he's making it a 1-2-3 demonstration of how to gradually chase after victory, with Sam Brady behind him in the NXTGEN green pair, sandwiching the WSS Racing at Veloster at this time. Albeit we do know that Jonathan Collins is no stranger to being under pressure over the course of a championship campaign, and he's not going to let that pressure get to him, no doubt about it. But further back, Isaac Doble, he's your leading wet runner at the moment. Well, that gamble for the wet tyres, it doesn't seem to be paying off, as he's now got Alexander Paulik looking around his outside to inside into turn number 2. And Paulik will get the move done there. Doble's still trying to hold on as Matthew Jordan, well, the AM driver with the slick shot at Honda, trying to find his way through. But Isaac Doble right now proving to be an absolute thorn here to pass. And well, the pro driver, who definitely does have a lot of knowledge and experience, which belies his years, will coming in towards turn number 5. Matthew Jordan's going to be a bit more inventive if he wants to come on through. But all the Doble sim racing team all opted to start on the wet tyre. You can see there Joseph and Mikey behind each other as they roar the way on through, with Sam Van Olstad. But right now the weather has not swung their way, and well, as they make the way around, it does seem to not be coming forth for them at the moment. As I do see there Mark Kent saying in the YouTube chat, did I see some rain then? Well, I didn't quite see any on the camera. We are seeing a bit of spray coming up on some corners, but we believe that is still the standing water. But never say never. We are keeping a close eye out for the rain on our cameras, and also looking at the commentary booth window as the drivers make the way onwards. Well, right now the Doble brothers are pushing each other along here, just making sure not to trip over each other as they charge their way in towards the club chicane. And looking back to your leader, meanwhile, Adam Delmont now 1.2 seconds clear on Marcello Reles as they head onto the second half of lap number 7. But with all this, we need to take a look back at that race start, and in particular the poor start from Conrad Kula. Now we ride on board, let's listen in. And we can hear there as he went, just no go in the car at all, and it almost took us a lifetime to move into from first gear to second gear. So then Kula did get it going, but was under a lot of pressure from that point onwards. And we can see on the left-hand side briefly in his left-hand mirror, that was Adam Delmont looking one way then the other, and we're under braking here into turn number 2. Well, Delmont putting on so much pressure, as we also did have the altercation a bit further back when we did have the Sim Racing collector drivers tripping over each other a little bit as they stumbled on through, and Russell Fowler losing out as well as he made his way through the corner in the battle with Lewis Delmont for the lead of the Pro-Am class. And Lewis Delmont in the end, well, flashed his lights there, but making his way up the inside of Russell Fowler and taking the place. Did we have any other replays to talk about in terms of the opening race start? Yes, we did. Alexander Paulik. Well, this was coming through turn 5 in towards 6. You're looking at the Audi there. That was, oh, goodness me, that's a big crunch contact with Stuart Weinis' car, and Indian goes onto the wet inside of turn number 6, and Paulik somehow avoiding the whole midfield as he skidded across the road. Oh, goodness me, that could have been a nightmare instant, but it wasn't to be. But let's come back to the circuit, ladies and gentlemen. As we do, we say hello to Sideways Games, who says the wipers are going at the moment. So if there is rain out there, maybe at specific parts of the circuit, albeit we can't see it at the time, albeit it's not quite visible on our cameras. But then again, what our cameras are detecting versus what you guys and girls might be seeing on them alternatively down the circuit could be two very different stories. It does look as though right now, if there is rain coming, we'll keep an eye on the lap times of our wet runners, because they might suddenly start to come alive as headlights are going on, and that would be a sign potentially that we do have some rain falling, albeit if it is, it will be very fine rain at the moment. And in fact, that is rain. I can see rain now as they come through the club chicane. It's a good spot to you guys who are pointing that out, and therefore this race now starts to turn in a different dimension with regards to the conditions. And could we see the slick runners all start to struggle a little bit? circuit? Well, we will have to wait and see because there's a long way to go. It's Conrad Kula under pressure here from Lewis Delmont as he looks around the outside in towards turn 2. Can't quite find it, and through 2 in towards 3 with Tom Davidson queuing up behind. Well, as they make the way out, it's now going to be an opportunity here for the wet runners to really start to try and show why they invest in that tyre. Sam Bradley comes into the pits. He decides with the rain falling, he may as well go onto the tyre. Is that a premature call? Well, he's got nothing really to lose. He was running 3rd in AM, so I think he's decided, you know what, I might as well roll the dice here and invest in the fact that the strategy hasn't paid off. He'll fall down the order. Lee Horn, meanwhile, has had a major off track. Where's Lee? Oh, my good lord. And that is smoke pouring out of the Honda for Lee Horn. What's happened to our next-gen pink driver? Well, I'm not quite sure at the moment, but that's gone very wrong. In fact, we can get a quick replay. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think this was coming out of turn number 4. And as he made his way for the right-hander, goes deep as a result of some water on the circuit. Oh, my lord, and runs out onto the AstroTurf there. Sends the car one way, then the other. And, well, straight into the barrier there. That was coming out of Seagrave. And in the end, well, that was a rapid end to the race for Lee Horn. And that's going to be a tow to the pits, no doubt about it. But coming on back then, Lee Horn having been towed. Well, we look to the front of the field, and Marcello Rella's up the inside of Delmont into turn 1. So now it's going to be who is going to be the king of changing conditions here. And what Adam Delmont seems to be very happy with a drying circuit, but a little bit of rain making this circuit slippery. Marcello Rella's suddenly comes back at him. But of course, that'll be the difference of the success ballast in the cars and also the difference of preference of driving conditions for these two drivers. We know that Delmont is not a stranger to the wet. He does do quite well in it, but Rella's right now seems to be a little bit of a wet demon as they roar the way in towards Noble Corner. Andrew Pike's here now. So Delmont are really under pressure as they roar the way through the left-hand and in towards turn number 6 they go. Pike almost running out of tarmac there. And well, I think trying to carry as much speed as possible. He's got a lot more control of the car as behind Lewis Delmont battling side by side with Tom Davidson. That's for 5th place overall. But Lewis Delmont, your prime leader, surely should know that he doesn't need to risk it too much. He almost ends up onto the grass there coming into turn number 7. Goodness me. Well, I think he's got to be mindful that he's leading the class comfortably by the best part of 4 seconds, and not 4.5 seconds over Sam Smith. Does he really need to scrap with the overall pros? And well, he'll feel as though he can do, but is it worth it is the question. Well, he's the only one who can answer it as Tom Davidson looks around the outside here of Kohler in towards Club, and through the left right they come, and as they do, well, Davidson making a move as the rain is really starting to fall here on the start-finish straight, and they're struggling. These slick runners are really struggling for grip there as they come out the corner, and Delmont gets very close to the back of them as they head into turn number 1. Again, we've only got just about a third of the race to remain as Kula goes wide. He just about stops it from drifting to the grass. Here comes Luciano Witvoet in the Audi as well, and they're all struggling right now as meanwhile the pace is starting to pick up for the wet runners. Isaac Doe in 23rd, who is the best part of 46 seconds of the race leader. Well, if our drivers were to come into the pits right now and change their tyres, they would lose the lead of the race. Even Marcello Rella's would, so it's all about survival at this point in the wet. The rain may have come a bit late in the day, but you never know what could happen as Smith, he's in the pit lane as well to go onto the wet tyres. He's making the change up, put him all the way down the order, but staying focused on this battle here as Whitford goes around the outside. Cooler very sideways, just grips it up in time, and now Lewis Delmont here. Well, Delmont surely has got to be thinking, okay, well, I'm battling hard here, but these conditions are not getting any easier. Nick Clibbins, he's 2.5 seconds back. He is gradually catching up on this as Clibbins has moved into second in prime class with Smith yielding. So Sam Smith has gambled by coming into the pits and losing all the place he'd earned. So Sam Smith came in from second in prime. I think he believes he's not going to make it to the end. I think he feels as though gambling on the slick here is tantamount to disaster as Lewis Delmont almost loses it there coming out to Church Corner but keeps it together. Meanwhile, in the fight for second, Adam Delmont versus Andrew Pike. Well, Delmont gets back ahead there, but you can see under braking the car just drifts so deep into the braking zone. Pike and Ian get stuck at him. They both get stuck at each other, and with all the rain that's falling here, well, it's going to be Adam Delmont into the pit lane. Marcello Rella stays out, as does Andrew Pike, and we're getting a Thruxton Season 8 race number 2 once again here, in the fact that right now a couple of drivers are trying to soldier on with only 5 laps to go, including the one they're on. It's all going to be on the limit, but we've got most of our leaders now coming into the pits. Most of our top 10 drivers, and we'll further down the running order, Jonathan Collins and Cal Murray. These two are your AM leaders. They're still on slicks. The spray is absolutely gargantuan at this point, and as they come into Club Quarter, they're both going to try and stay out there as long as they can. The wipers are on full, and well, Matthew Jordan's only a little bit further back, and the leading and wet runner as Cal Murray comes into the pits, it's going to be Marcel Fritsch all the way down in 29th place. But Jonathan Collins says, I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to try and do this. Well, as he makes his way on through turn number 1, if he braves it and pulls it off, this will be a magical miracle. If he doesn't get it right, then it'll be considered a mistake on strategy. But that's always the way in motorsport in terms of when you gamble. When you get the gamble spot on, you are normally seen as a hero. But as soon as you get it wrong, you go from hero to zero very quickly. And Witvoet and Kula's battling is not going from 100 to 0 anytime soon. It's staying absolutely intense there as Witvoet goes round the outside. And the Audi driver is really holding it together in these wet conditions, whilst everyone else seems to be struck. Well, as soon as I say that, he goes wide, doesn't he, coming out to Church Corner. Now that is commentator's curse if I've ever seen it, albeit not a full curse being applied, as we do have there Cal Murray, I believe, who, no, it's not Cal Murray, they're in the NXTGEN Racing Green machine. That would be, unless I am very much mistaken, just trying to discern who that is. That's Sam Bradley, who's effectively a lap down at this point on the wet tyre. Haven't gone to the wet tyre, he's trying to carry on his way, but as they come through, Andrew Pike is into the pit lane, so Pike decides it's not possible with 4 laps to go here. He has now fallen by the wayside, so this is one of only a couple of drivers still sticking it out there from the original top 10. Marcello Reales here is giving it everything plus a bit more in terms of tax as he comes through 2 into 3. We can see right now those tyres are struggling. He's practically aquaplaning his way through turns 2, 3 and in towards 4 in terms of how the car drifts its way through. The pace is falling out the car, and suddenly Isaac Doble, well, he is making his way up the field quickly. He's now up into 12th places, Isaac Doble, bringing Matthew Addy with him, but Matthew Addy is on the slick tyre, but Addy is still keeping it together in the Audi. It seems that the Audi on the slick tyre is holding a little bit better compared to its rivals in these wet conditions. It might be the comfort factor of the Audi and the fact that it does have a very punchy set of gears. So what our Audi drivers may be doing, they may actually be sitting in higher gears to make sure they don't overspin the front wheels, but they still get good traction. That's one thing you can do when it's very aggressive gearboxes. Just hold higher gears, and therefore you can really just nurse the throttle. But as we do have Isaac Doble carrying on, well, right now you would have to argue he might be able to pull off the miracle here and pull off a win with only 3.5 laps to go, but he's got to keep going some because he is currently 32.5 seconds off of race leader. Marcello Reales, he makes way around the outside there of Alex Meredith, who's just trying to keep his line, and well, that was very close to tears for the two of them, albeit they're able to survive that one. I think Meredith will be wondering where on earth did the double sim racing velocity come from, and the answer is from around behind him and on the outside, as Marcello Reales says, I can't do it anymore, I've got to bring it in. So he falls now. Does the Argentine, does Luciano Witvoet stay out? Yes, he does, as does Conrad Kula. They're going to keep going a little bit longer. What about Nick Clibbins? Yes, he holds on. Our Pro-Am leader continues for iRacing Esports. He makes his way on around here, and well, the rain is not as intense as it was, but it is still falling over the circuit, particularly on the starting section of the circuit. So what is turns 10 all the way through to turn number 4, that is where the rain has been most notable. But you can see here, in fact, we don't have as much rain into turns 2 and 3 until we get to 3 and 4. That's when the rain's falling again. So rain here, it's there as well. It's not quite everywhere, so it's making this circuit very, very prickly in terms of where's the wettest patches versus where is it a little bit drier. And that's why we're seeing the wet runners. They are gaining, but they're not gaining perhaps as quickly as they would like to. Isaac Doble is now 17 seconds behind, and he is lapping at this point the best part of 10 seconds a lap faster than Luciano Witvoet. Well, on paper, he will be there on the final lap if this continues, but he'll need the rain to keep on falling, because if it doesn't, it may just give the Audi driver a little bit left in the tank to be able to make this happen. And remember that Doble has got 7 slick runners between himself and victory. He's got to pick his way past them. He's got to be smart, Hicks. They're all struggling. He's got to race offline if he wants to get this done, albeit the wet tyre will gift him that in terms of the ability to race offline, but Thruxton is not an easy circuit to drive offline, and he's going to learn that as he comes through Church, as he just squeezes his way down to the apex curb. In front of him, that's a sideways Ben Altrier, but before it is Stuart Wynis, who's carrying on, trying to chase down Altrier, as that's going to be Isaac Doble now up into 5th. He'll shortly get into 4th place. He's absolutely roaring his way through the field here, and he can see Nick Clibbins off in the distance. But looking back to the front of the field, as Conrad Kula now heads behind on Luciano Witvoet onto the penultimate lap, where you can see that Clibbins in the rear of the picture, and Isaac Doble's not going to be too far behind. I think Doble's going to be with them going on to the final lap here. He is pushing hard as Isaac Doble, and in fact, that last lap, a 129.2 versus Luciano Witvoet, a 141.36, Kula a 140.10. On paper, Isaac Doble should have this done, but of course, that's the theory. It's much different in practice, as we do look a bit further back in. These are all wet runners now having a fantastic scrap, and that's 3 wide into club, as we've named it, and Sam Van Ols gets ahead of Michael Lees and Sam Smith there for 10th place in Pro-Am, as they pick their way past Lewis Delmont, who's struggling on the wet tyre, and was the Pro-Ams pull their way down the start-finish straight. That's 3 wide at the back of a 2 two-pack as they roar the way through turn number 1. And there's Jamie Dory trying to get involved with Sam Smith and Lewis Delmont, albeit in the end they avoid making contact, and Lewis Delmont survives that to take the 2 places. But as he heads in towards turn number 2, lovely work there from Lewis Delmont to make the move stick, and now he's got to look for an opportunity versus Michael Lees and Sam Van Ols, but he's going to be a bit inventive here as he tries to squeeze his way to the inside of Seagrave versus Lees, but Lees cuts off the nose. But looking back, well, already they're not even through Church Bend, and Doble has already caught up to leaders. Isaac Doble's going to win this because he roars his way on through, he takes the lead, and right now the option to go onto the wet tyre at the start, where it seemed to be Fool's Folly, but in the end, who's the fool? Well, it's the slick runners here as Isaac Doble charges away and in towards Club for the penultimate time of this race. Well, into the braking zone he goes then, and now all he needs to do is not put any pressure on himself. He just needs to make sure he respects the conditions, and surely this is going to be a checkered flag in the bag the next time he comes around. Luciano Witvoet and Conrad Kula still staying out there. Mikey Doble now picking his way through. The 4-time NXTCC champion, not quite on the pace of his younger brother. However, the switch to the wet tyres worked out, and so as it has for Joseph Doble. Well, here they could be trying to target a 1-2-3. That's not happened in the history of the NXTCC, where we've had the overall podium locked out by a single team, let alone a whole family locking out that podium, albeit we have come close to it in the past if my memory serves me correctly. Although saying that, I wonder whether HSV Automotive did it and not kill what was back in season 2, albeit I think that was just 3 wins in a row for John Higgins Jr. if my memory serves me correctly, and John Higgins Sr. was on the grid, was on the podium for one of those now that I refresh my memory. But Mikey Doble there picking his way on past Luciano Witvoet then, so he moves into second as he comes all the way through the left-hander of Noble, and well, now Joseph Doble's got the task to do, as you can see that the battle for third in front of him, but with them relegated to singular lines, what all Doble needs to do here is be smart, pick one off, then pick the other. But you can see he's got to try and find his way through. He'll go back to the inside here, and with the grip available to him, he's going to sweep on through, and it could be a Doble 1-2-3 here as he heads in towards Church Bend. It's all worked out. Meanwhile, in the Pro class, Nick Clemens is trying to hold on. We're 2-second gap to Reese Watt, who's coming charging up behind him, and in now it's Marcel Fritsch who leads the way. But we look back to your race leader, ladies and gentlemen, because he looked to be a fool when he put the wets on at the start of the race. But who's laughing now? Well, it's Isaac Doble who's laughing as he comes to line, your race winner with the biggest gamble of the wet tyres, and it's paid off in race number 1 of the day at Thruxton. It'll then be Mikey Doble who comes on home in second, and in Joe Doble who completes the top 3. It's a Doble Sim Racing 1-2-3 on that podium. Luciano Witvoet in the end will just hold off Conrad Kula to complete 4th place. Ahead of the 5th place man, Adam Delmont will come on home in 6th, having gone to the wet tyre afterwards. Reese Watt just pips Alan McCain to the winning Prime class on the line there, with both of them coming on through, and then it will be Tom Davidson and Nick Clemens who complete your top 10. Nick Clemens finishing 3rd in Prime after gambling on staying on a slick tyre. What a gamble from him to do that. And further back, Marcel Fritsch will be your AM winner, having started on the wet, and he's made it work a treat. Sam Bradley, meanwhile, well, he went to the wets as soon as he saw the rain was coming, and well, Bradley here is going to be very shortly your runner-up in the AM class, albeit I think we've got Alex Meredith just squeezing ahead of Duncan Rise at the line, so that's a very late change of position, practically with only thousandths to spare. But here comes Sam Bradley then, well done to him. It won't quite be the result of Marcel Fritsch, but I don't think he'll be too upset in the fact he'll take the runner-up spot there and carry on his runner podiums from Snetterton last time out, and behind him will be Matthew Addy with that late switch to the wet tyres not quite working out for him. Matthew Jordan rounds off the AM podium, and then Alexander Paulick completes your top 30 and your lead lap finishers. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what an end to the race, and particularly with the wet tyre coming in handy from lap number 10 onwards, where it all swung from one direction to the other. And in the end, the Doble Sim Racing family, the 3 brothers, have made their way onto the overall podium. There they all are in a single camera shot. Take a photo, if you will. As at Doble, Victor ahead of Mikey Doble and Joe Doble. And, well, we've never had that happen in the history of the NXTCC. 3 family members all on the overall podium, and Team Doble in the end locking out that podium. And I think that's the first time that's ever happened as well. So they have made history here today in the NXTCC. And as the rest of the field piles its way into the pit lane, Reese Watt there, well, he absolutely drove a fantastic drive in the wet to bring on a home Prime victory just ahead of Alan McCain. Between the two of them, 900ths with Nick Clemens, survival instinct kicking in on dry tyres, taking 10th place overall and finishing on the Prime podium in 3rd place in class. What a drive from him. Marcel Fritsch down the pit lane. Well, he gambled with the tyre strategy, but it was the right call to make. 22nd overall, but more importantly for him, an AM victory. He returns to the top step of the podium after missing out in Snetterton only 2 weeks ago. Sam Bradley as well carrying on that run of podiums, and Matthew Jordan as well making another appearance on the podium. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. And we've got 2 more to come, of course, as we take a look at those race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. So in a dry to wet race, in race number 1 of round 4 in the Orange Lobby Season 9 campaign of the NXTCC powered by Doble Motorcycles, Isaac Doble, your winner in the end to lead on home, a Doble Sim racing 1, 2, 3. And it was Isaac ahead of Mikey, followed by Joe, all gambling on the wet tyre and all making the gamble count. Luciano Witvoet in the end on the slick tyre, holding on to 4th in the Audi RS3 for World of Racing STR Motorsports, ahead of his teammate Conrad Kula, as they both scrapped to try and stay ahead of each other, and also demonstrating there the fact that both cars, both the Audi RS3 and also the Hyundai Elantra, do seem to have a little bit of pace still in the wet, even on a slick tyre. In the end, it was Kula who finished ahead of Adam Delmont, the next-gen green driver, switching to the wet tyre, but not soon enough, and to settle for 6th, ahead of JWM Motorsports' Reese Watt, who returns to prime victory, and what a drive from him in the 32, just pipping Alan McCain to 7th, and more importantly, the class win, or the iRacing Esports driver in the end, just missing out by less than a 10th. Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective Esports, 9th place. Didn't quite work out the way they wanted it to, but still to be in the top 10, he'll be happy with that. Ahead of Nick Lewins, the slick runner who survived in the end to complete the top 10, and with iRacing Esports pick up 3rd place in the Prime class. What a drive from him, and well, indeed embodying the spirit, which is it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and he finished on a high. Now it's full Tiltby Motorsport with Boosted Motorsports. William Guthrie, best the rest in 11th, ahead of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. Congratulations to him for finishing 4th place in class there, and having a great drive, given where he started on the grid and making his way through. Lewis Delmont was 13th for Next Gen Green, not the way he wanted it to go, and in the end having to settle for 5th place in Prime class, despite starting on class pole, with Sam Van Ost in 14th place there for Goldwyn Motorsports, and then Jamie Dory rounding off your top 15 and taking home at the final overall point for Next Gen Pink. Andrew Pike was 16th, ahead of Michael Lees, with Ben Altrier, Stuart Weiss and Gavin Garner completing your top 20. And from the Next Gen Pink driver, we come further down the field to seeing 21st Benjamin Gregory, but behind the full Tiltby Motorsport driver, it was Marcel Fritsch, your AM winner for Rhino Esports, and the Austrian driver in the end opting to start on the wet tyre, whereas everybody else in his class started on the slick towards the front of the field, but Fritsch demonstrating it was the right call and finishing comfortably as the AM winner. Between him and the next AM driver was Russell Fowler, Sam Smith, Alex Meredith and Duncan Rise, with Sam Bradley, the runner-up in the AM class, 27th there for Next Gen Green, immediately jumping to the wet time when he saw the writing on the wall, and it was a good call for him to take the run-up spot. And it was Matthew Addy in 28th place for WSS Racing, ahead of Matthew Jordan for Next Gen Pink, who rounded off the AM podium. Well done to him for another podium on his debut season. Alexander Paulitt was the last lead lap finisher, 30th place there for World of Racing at STR Motorsports, and then off of the lead lap, but still let's not forget about them, Lee Horn off that huge shunt into the barrier coming out of turn number 4 at Seagrave. We did finish a lap down in the end, 2 laps down to Marcello Reles of W2 ePro GP, and we tried to hold on as long as he could, but it didn't quite work out, and the switch to the wet tyre didn't work out for him either. 4 laps down to Jonathan Collins, who took 4th place in AM for WSS Racing, ahead of Cal Murray, who will be your last classified finisher of this race, 5 laps down for Next Gen Green, and Craig Tillison unfortunately not making it to the grid with an issue with the Rhino Esports Hyundai, will in the end classified as 35th, but will be considered a non-starter. So 35 drivers, ladies and gentlemen, of which 34 finished in the race, and in total 30 finishing on that lead lap. And what a first racer day, as the rain has stopped for a brief period, but of course more rain could come, and with it will come plenty more racing, because we've got 2 more races to come this evening, and we will be back in approximately 10 to 15 minutes time for the build up to race number 2. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, you won't want to miss it. We will see you very shortly after a word or two from our title sponsor for this season, Doble Motorcycles.
Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycles store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that, we move on to race number 2. And as you can see in the background, it looks as though we may have a bit of a similar situation to what we saw in race number 1 coming into our second race. There's a lot of cloud around. The circuit has dried up to a degree, and right now conditions are dry. But the forecast says we could see a very strong chance of rain in about 20 minutes time, at least in the simulator, and if so, that could mean we will see the rain come in midway through at race number 2 as well. So it could be another race where it's going to be about the gamble of the dryers or the wets. And I can imagine a lot of drivers now, if they know the rain's coming, they're going to be starting on the wets regardless of how dry the circuit is to begin with. Well, goodness me, what a race number 1, no doubt about it. And in the end, history being made in the NXTCC with Doble Sim Racing making it a 1, 2, 3 with Isaac, Mikey and Joe finishing in that order on the overall podium, having started on the wet tyre. Well, we've still got plenty more racing to come, and I get the feeling it could be just as much about the tyre strategy as it will be about the outright pace here now, given how our drivers have performed so far. But this Thruxton circuit always giving us plenty of entertainment, no doubt about it. And, well, in terms of entertainment, it wasn't just about the achievements of Doble Sim Racing at the very front of the field, but also the achievements in other classes, including in the Pro-Am class. Witvoet pulling off an absolutely brilliant drive to just hold off Alan McCain at the close. And, well, we are going to try and get a word from Witvoet if he does make his way out onto circuit in short order in terms of being able to hear his experience. We might hear from Alan McCain as he makes his way on through it. In fact, let's try and get a word from Alan McCain as he makes his way around the circuit at the moment. So give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, and we will try to get the patch through with Alan McCain as he heads in towards, oh goodness me, and that's the rear camera, but there is McCain in the car, and let's see if we can get a word with him now. As we do get a patch through to the car. Alan, have you got time for a quick word?
Yeah, certainly.
Alan, you just missed out on victory in the Pro-Am class in race number 1, less than 900s, but still second place in a race which was all about changing conditions. Where did you find yourself in all of that?
Rather shocked that I made it so far up the grid, and my performance here in the wet is below standard in my eyes, but I'm happy enough with where I finished. I just seen everybody coming back, and I was just kept plugging away and trying to keep steady.
Oh, goodness me. Well, if your performances here are below standard and that equates to 9/10 off of winning, I can only imagine if you up the standard slightly, what could come in race number 2. Rumour is there's more rain on the way despite being dry right now. What are your thoughts going into race 2?
A hard call. I think I'll probably stick with a dry setup this time and chance it. I don't think the rain will come, but I think it'll be very close to the end of the race before it appears.
Well, we'll leave you to it, Alan. Good luck for race number 2. Hopefully the strategy goes in your favour, but we'll see you at the checkered flag.
Thank you. Bye.
So here and there from Alan McCain, ladies and gentlemen, his thoughts are it's going to be dry all the way until the very end when the rain will appear. Well, he's laid down his marker there, no doubt about it. And, well, what an interesting way to refer to it. Feels as though in the wet he's under the pace and really off where he'd like to be. But still, to finish second, what an achievement then. Surprising himself. And again, sometimes we always surprise ourselves, and Alan McCain, no exception. I think he'll be now hoping that he can build upon race number 1's performance. But as he does, well, let's quickly try and grab a word with a man out there as well, if we can. In fact, I don't think we might have enough time now to try and cover a word for our drivers. I think a lot of our drivers are being a little bit quiet or not making themselves available. I think I can understand why, because they're all thinking about what strategy they can do, and, well, we will see what else we can do in terms of talking to our drivers going into race number 3. But with only 30 seconds left on the clock, we can see how dark it's getting around circuit side at the moment. And that tells you a story in its own right, which is the clouds are looming. And with the clouds looming, well, at any moment, if the rain should fall, it could change the dynamic here. But as speaking of dynamics, we do make our way dynamically to looking over to the YouTube chat. And we do say hello to SimRacer247, also there to none other than ZFrash, who asked how to participate. And, well, there is a link in the broadcast description, so in the YouTube live description, and also on Facebook. If you tune in via Facebook, you can join the NXTGEN Racing Discord community to get yourself on the grid. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head to the grid because race number 2 is about to get underway. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Race number 2 comes about, and this is how our drivers line up, because they line up exactly how they finished in race number 1. Isaac Doble then takes pole position for Double Sim Racing ahead of teammate Mikey Doble. Then behind him is the third of the team, Joe Doble, ahead of Luciano Witvoet, who survived on the slicks in race number 1, but can he return to the top in race number 2 for World of Racing at STR Motorsports? If not, he'll have his teammate Conrad Cooler to buffer him from behind, starting 5th, and it's Adam Delmont from NXTGEN Green who begins this race 6th. We have the prime pair of Reese Watt, your pole sitter, winner from race number 1, starting 7th for JWM Motorsport, ahead of Alan McCain for iRacing Esports, who starts 8th, and then completing your top 10 is Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective Esports, ahead of Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports. Then on row at number 6 is going to be William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport, ahead of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. Lewis Delmont begins this one 13th for NXTGEN Green, ahead of Goldwyn Motorsport's Belgian driver of Stan van Olst. And then we come to the Englishman of Jamie Dory, who starts 15th for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of Sim Racing Collective Esports' Andrew Pike. Then it will be in 17th place, Michael Lees for JWM Motorsports, ahead of Ben Altria. He'll begin this one in 18th place for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport. And then we do have Stuart Wyness starting 19th for Track Scotland, ahead of Gavin Gardner for NXTGEN Pink. That will complete your top 20, and behind them, starting 21st, will be Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport, as I think a lot of our drivers right now playing the game are trying to understand where they do go on strategy, and that's why you're seeing so many drivers make their way in and out of the grid, and one who'll be doing that as well is Marcel Fritsch for Rhino Esports, having to think about it. He's your AM pole sitter, starting in 22nd place. We then have 23rd, Russell Fowler for Rhino Esports, ahead of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports, and then on row at number 13, it'll be Alex Meredith for Whiskey Runners Racing, ahead of Duncan Rice for Goldwyn Motorsport, with Sam Bradley starting this one 27th for NXTGEN Green, ahead of Matthew Addy for WSS Racing. Completing your top 30 will be Matthew Jordan for NXTGEN Pink and Alexander Paulik for World of Racing at STR Motorsports. And then on your final couple rows of the grid, it'll be Lee Horn and Marcelo Reles, and then Jonathan Collins and Cal Murray. Well, that's how they all line up there, ladies and gentlemen, and we've only got about 30 seconds or so to go before we do see the lights begin to go on. But all the drivers absolutely set, and at the back of the field, if you're the NXTGEN Green driver alternative, the W2E Pro GP driver on that penultimate row, or the WSS Racing NXTGEN Green drivers on that final row, well, you know you can gamble on strategy and you can get away with it because you have got nothing to lose from starting from the back theoretically. All of our AM drivers have got plenty to lose in their AM class battle, but for Lee Horn and Marcelo Reles, they're the ones who do not have anything to lose by comparison. But at the front of the field, you've got to get your strategy right, because if you don't, you could suddenly go from being the heroes of race number 1 to the zeros of race number 2, and Isaac Doble, Mikey Doble and Joe Doble all will know that very well. And well, they put faith in strategy, but what tyre they started on, and it looks so they're choosing to split. Joe Doble going for the wet tyre, Isaac and Mikey going for the slick. And well, elsewhere you can see a lot of drivers going for the wet. It's about a 60-40 distribution here, and the lights are going on. Well, who is going to have got the gamble right this time? We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because it is going to be fire lights. And it's lights out and away we go for our second race of the day here at Thruxton as they charge their way away. The Doble Sim Racing trio are away well, but Luciano Witvoet looking to try and make the pounce here as they come through turn number 1. He's on the slick tyres, so Joe Doble will fall backwards initially, given there's no standing water on the circuit. And as they head up towards turn number 2, well, right now he's trying to get involved with the leaders. It's side by side between Isaac and Mikey. Mikey being made to sit behind as they all condescend their way into the opening corner. Well, the whole field safely on through turn number 1, albeit it's got a bit roll for Lee Horn at the back of the field as he tries to bring himself back together. And as they charge away through turns 2, 3 and 4, it looks so there. Sam Smith and Benjamin Gregory getting quite firm with each other, but Smith in the end falling back as Marcel Fritsch now looks for the opportunity to get involved. Will he be able to do so? And the answer is yes, he will, but not before we see some more fighting here through turn number 5 at Noble from multiple drives. Sam Van Olst fighting with Smith and Fowler there. Oh, goodness me, that's contact there, and I believe that's Lees and Andrew Pike exiting stage right, and Pike's into the barriers. Michael Lees, I think, has been able to avoid the barrier and rejoin, but Andrew Pike's race is down the rears. I suspect he'll get it back on circuit and try to take it to the pit lane for a fast repair. But as all the drivers make the way down in towards Church Bend, we're looking from towards the back of the field, towards the very front of it. Isaac Doble and Mikey Doble pulling away, but not without bringing Luciano Witvoet along with them as they head in towards club for the first time in this race today. Nick Clemens, your prime leader, he's up into 4th place already. We'll keep an eye on, he's a slick run, he's got a lot of wet runners behind him, that's understandable. He feels as though he's got the pace right now, but he's got to make haste here and try and open up as much of a gap as possible as they head in towards lap number 2. Well, as they come across that timeline then, it's Isaac Doble ahead of Mikey Doble, followed by Luciano Witvoet. That's your top 3. Then you've got your prime leader, Nick Clemens, in 4th. They're all slick runners. We have in 5th a wet runner of Joe Doble. and followed by the encroaching presence of Conrad Kula in 6th. Adam Dolan is 7th, ahead of Reese Watt in 8th. Then we have Kieran Smart, the next slick runner, in 9th, pushing away with the back of Reese Watt, looking for a move up the inside is Smart. He's going to have to go around the outside at Seagrave now, but he cuts it back instead and wants to very easily make his way through. Well, that's going to be a very quick move there as he'll go up the inside, and he'll get it done as they roar the way down. And there you'll see as we look behind the car, where it is going to be Reese Watt who tucks back in, as Jamie Dory also in the attack here, into 10th place already. Dory starting on the slick tyre, having gained 5 places. He wants to make progress after a difficult race number 1, but will that progress become regression by the end of this race? That's the problem with the weather. But coming out of turn 7 and in towards 8, you won't be thinking about that right now. Be thinking about his apexes. As looking back, well, Marcel Fritsch started on the slick, as did Matthew Jordan in the AM class, and Will Jordan has made his way all the way out the field to be right on the back of Marcel Fritsch here. So a brilliant start for Matthew Jordan, and he's going to try and get involved here as Fritsch, with all the success ballast in the car, is going to be under pressure. Matthew Jordan carrying a light amount of weight by comparison, and that is going to be freed by 2 wide as they head up towards Club. And in front, well, it's going to be a staggered approach there as Marcel Fritsch tries to squeeze out the inside of a Fernolstall Trier. He's going to do it, Fritsch. He just about gets it stopped in time. Marcel Fritsch in the end goes for the 2-for-1 special, gets it done. Meanwhile, gets all out of sorts. There's the 55 of Michael Lees is elbowed out wide. Across that line they go. Marcello Reles and all that's gained 3 places. Oh no! And Van Alsten's round their taps with Benjamin Gregory, albeit he does a 360 and gets himself pointed back in the right direction. They all observe the Goldwyn Motorsport car going around, and it's going to be 4 wide here as they come through the kink up towards turn number 2. And in the end, Matthew Addy squeezes round through, gets around all of it, and leaves Benjamin Gregory and Sam Van Alsten to scrap over the rest. But as they come in towards turns 2, 3, 4, and out they go. Well, right now, it's anybody's guess how this field outside the top 20 is going to play with itself as they come through, and Duncan Rice right at the back of it. These are all on wet tyres as well, and right now they're all hoping that suddenly it's going to start to rain. But heading in towards turn 5, it's anybody's guess when the rain is going to fall. As I look out my window at the moment, there's some very dark clouds in the distance. They are coming over quickly, but are they going to come over soon enough is the question, as Gavin Gardner makes a move down Joe Doble for 7th place. So Gardner here, much like Jamie Dory, started on the slick tyre, and the top 7 now all slick runners here, but they know that time's against them. But heading up towards Club, or behind them, Adam Delham on a mission here to try and pick his way through as he looks to make progress versus Sam Smith. Well, really it's Smith on Delmont, we should say, and Smith now up into 10th place here, into the top 10 for the first time today in this race, and making his way on through Club. No change at the moment in terms of Delmont going further back, albeit I say that Russell Fowler gets an absolutely lightning run out the corner, and he'll be up the inside. There's Adam Delmont, knows he can't fight at the moment because he's on a wet tyre that has got no grip available to it. But heading in towards turn number 2, well, Smith continues to pick his way past the wet runners. He's made his way past Joe Doble at the inside there, and also Conrad Kula. So the wet runners all trying to tiptoe their way around, but also scrapping with each other, and that's a nasty place to be when you're on a very hot wet tyre on a very dry surface and you're fighting with other wet runners. And well, from them we've got Luciano Witvoet here fighting with Mikey Doble. In fact, he's got a head coming out of Noble. We'll try and get a replay of that when we can, but as they charge their way down in towards Church Bend, these two right now keeping each other honest as Isaac Doble is trying to pull away. But remember that our race leader has the 56 kilograms of success ballast in the back of that Veloster, and that is going to make that car feel very heavy under braking, and well, particularly into Club corner, and also coming all the way through at Church, it's going to feel like it's a car that doesn't want to stop. Is that rain? Yes, that's rain, and rain has arrived very early in this one, and surely if you're any of these leaders, you've got to come into the pits immediately. To stay out there any longer than that, well, unless you're expecting it to be a quick spittle shower, it's not going to work out. We will see. That was rain coming into Club though, unless my eyes deceive me, ladies and gents, but you're very good at spotting rain, so I'm sure you'll confirm it if I've got it right or not. But that was a very brief interlude of rain, and that could be a side of things to come here. This could be a race that is going to be on tender hooks to this point onwards, as Marcello Reles continues to make his way up through the field on a dry tyre. He's now up into 13th, having started it in 32nd as the W2E Pro driver, and right now in the all-red machine with its black contrails, he's looking to try and make even more progress and pick his way out the inside of Conrad Kula, where he'll do so. A Kula there on the wet compound, struggling by comparison for now, but we will see whether that struggle is going to stay that way or whether it's going to tip the other way. We keep talking about it, but it is the big talking point here as the driver head in towards turn number 5. And given the weather conditions in the United Kingdom at the moment, it is pretty accurate in terms of the fact we've got rain, we've got sunshine, we've got a little bit of everything in the early days of June. As Redders makes another place there up the inside of Joe Doble, and now up into 11th. His next target will be Lee Horn, but now he's going to be chasing after slick runners, and his progress at this point may start to feel a little bit stumped by comparison. Back in 19th place, it is your AM leader, Joffrey Collins, on the slick as well. Marcel Fritsch was also on the slick, albeit he's fallen a bit further back. I think there's been a bit of a story there, and Collins making that progress quite nicely. But as they come on out there, well, that is a bit of spray coming out of Church Corner. So there has been some rain down towards Church. I can't quite see it on the cameras at the moment, but there is a sign of some rain falling here and there. It's very brief interludes, but Collins up the inside of Reeswatt, and will the Pro-Am winner from race number 1 will be relegated behind the Am leader in this race, albeit Watt on that wet tyre as well, but you're hoping that the rain will come back to help him out. But coming on through then, I do see Sim Racer 247 saying let's go with regards to the rain, and also their Sideways Games saying he's at circuit side as well, saying here comes the rain. So the rain is on its way around the circuit at the moment, albeit it hasn't erupted onto our screens, but it is trying to get there. But from the battle between the wet and the slick tyre to two slick runners, well, this is Sam Smith and Russell Fowler fighting over third place in the Pro-Am class, and as they charge their way through Noble, they're very close together right now, but not close enough, I think, for Fowler to consider a move, albeit he does take a little bit of a peek up the inside there, coming through turn number 6, as they bore the way down through 7. The iRacing Esports Honda holds on for now, but that Audi looking so strong in the top end by comparison, and the balance of performance here really favouring the Honda in the corners. But as soon as they get a long straight or long acceleration zone, this Audi flies, and here's an example as they make the way onwards then down towards Club, or up towards, I should say, as they come from one of the lower points of the circuit to one of the higher points, and then up the rise here, that very gradual gradient change. Fowler close, but not close enough to put the pressure on. There's a brief bit of spray comes off of both cars all the way up through the run of 9 and out of Brooklands, through Club, and onto another lap they go. They head towards lap number 7, and there's still more on the horizon. We're charging away and around here, and it does seem that for Smith, at least, he's got a bit more in the tank at the moment as he chases after Gavin Gardner, but Russell Fowler keeping him honest every step as Jonathan Collins continues to crusade his way through the field. And will Collins right now open to 15th ahead of Adam Delmont. Now, if the conditions stay the way they are, this could be very interesting for Jonathan Collins, because he is flying out there right now compared to the rest of his peers. Marcel Fritsch in the pit lane, as is Sam Bradley, to put on wet tyres. They both come off the slicks. They've decided to go to the wet, but Collins is carrying on. Now, if Collins does get this home and we don't see the rain come, Collins could be the first Am driver, not just to finish inside the top 15, but if he can get into the top 12, he could be eligible for a reverse grid draw. And if so, that would be a huge achievement for Jonathan Collins, and that would suddenly completely upend the Am status quo in terms of how that championship has played out so far this season. And Collins right now really gambling here as he's going to pick his way past the inside of Joe Doble. He's flying on that dry tyre versus the wet runners, as would be expected here. But is it going to be a gamble that's not going to pay off in the end? Because it's rewarded him so far, but of course we've got plenty more laps to go. Speaking of laps to go, well, right now this will be a lap that'll be gone, and Marcelo Reyes will take another place. That's up the inside of Lee Horn. Reyes is flying out there right now, up into 10th place. So Reyes, who started 32nd, is continuing to progress his way through the field, as that's Gavin Gardner going slowly. I believe Gardner there serving an automated slowdown penalty for off-track coming through Club, and that's why he's yielding all those places, and in towards turn number 2 they go. And right now Sam Smith and Russell Fowler, they're pushing each other onwards, and these two are working incredibly well together. I suspect we are going to see a bit of a battle between them at some point for the third place spot in the Prime class. But right now, whatever Smith does, Fowler is simply saying, right, I'm just going to let you open the door and I'm going to follow you through, because we're running so smoothly together, and it is poetry in motion, albeit I can imagine that soon that poetry is going to go from being smooth iambic parameter to what will be, I am going to be the winner of this race over the parameter of the circuit. But as they roar the way through turn number 6 and down towards 7 and 8 they go. Well, right now, if that wasn't a segue of the season, I don't know what is. And these two segueing the way forward as much as they can. But Marcelo Reyes is flying there, as Mark Kent also says in the YouTube chat. He is absolutely attacking this circuit. He is the fastest driver. He is the only driver lapping in the 16s right now. Everybody else is in the low 17s or higher. Our race leaders are doing 17.2s and 17.3s. Reyes is absolutely roaring his way through, and right now the only thing that could stop him would be the British Weber as he makes his way on out, and of course any driver who tries to intervene, but he is not letting anybody hold him back as he looks for an opportunity here as we ride on board and the 738 driver who is blitzing his way up the order. Next target, of course, is Gavin Gardner, but everybody is a slick runner in front of him, himself included, so therefore it does mean as he sets the fastest lap race to 16.62. My good lord, that is qualifying pace that he's lapping out at the moment. And keep in mind, they have sealed fuel units. They are not allowed to change the fuel in the car, including those on the success ballast, of course, because that's how we do success ballast. We put extra fuel in the cars that have the ballast, but Reddis has no success ballast in this car. He's running the base weight, and this Honda is absolutely ripping its way through the field. Well, even if he just finishes inside the top 10 at the moment, it'll be an achievement, and we'll coming on through. We've got Smith and Fowler side by side coming out of turn 6 in towards 7 as they roar the way down towards Church. And well, right now, Fowler looking up the inside, but Smith holds that outside line. He will take the track position back, but Fowler here is going to have an absolutely huge run off the corner as he gets closer and closer here, powering his way along. Well, up the rise they go. Isaac Doble into the pit lane, meanwhile, so Isaac has pulled the pin on strategy, and we can see why, because look at the spray coming off the back of the cars. And that's more rain as they make the way in towards Club, albeit just a small amount. And then suddenly, there's the rain on your screen. But is anybody else going to wilt? Smith decides, I'm going in immediately. Smith doesn't want to gamble anymore. Meanwhile, Fowler stays out. Realist stays out. And as they head in towards turn 1, we've got rain now falling at turn 1 as well. I think this is going to be race number 1 all over again, except the rain has come a lap earlier this time. Witvoet still on the front of the field. In fact, Luciano Witvoet has just taken the lead of this race, given the fact that Isaac was coming in. Mikey Doble keeping him honest. And I think Doble Sim Race have gone for a very interesting strategy split here. They've decided to keep one driver out longer than the other of those who started on the slick. And meanwhile, the one on the right, Joe Doble, you would imagine in theory, he's battling with Conrad Cooler at the moment, down in 12th place, but he'll be now looking to try and come back and through to take the win. So Doble Sim Racing gambling all 3 drivers on their strategy to make sure one of them at least takes victory after they worked it all out together in race number 1. So an interesting split of the strategies, and it may just work out. But here we look to Kieran Smart making his way out the inside of Jamie Dory to make a position, and that is going to be a smooth move there into 4th place for Smart, 2nd place in Pro-Am. However, Dory's not going to say no as he's going to try and get on the back of him here and in towards Club. Is Dory going to go for the moves? Witvoet and Doble both into the pit lane, and the answer is yes, Dory's going to try and take that place back, and it was Dory goes very deep. He has to take the escape road there, and that is going to cost him a lot of time as Kieran Smart will retake the position, but they're all going to make their way into the pit lane. So the slicks have not worked out, and surely with all this, as they all come through, with Jamie Dory is actually staying out. Surely he's not. That's crazy, but sometimes you've got to be crazy, but I think that's crazy and then some. Gavin Garner stays out, as does much of the Rellas. They're gambling that this rain is only temporary, and Rellas, they're up the inside of Garner to the outside now into turn number 2, but as they make the way up towards the next braking zone, well, Garner still holding on here. Lee Horn's also coming on through. He's on the slick as well. Rellas is making his progress, but that Honda is having to tiptoe as he almost taps the side of the Audi. Doesn't quite, but with all this, it is now going to be at the behest of the wet runners, who were going on to this lap the best part of 30 seconds behind the race leader. Well, I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, the pace and the way it's going, well, the wet runners at the moment are in the 27s. The slick runners are lapping in the 24s as you see them here. And as I see Katie Eames saying in the Facebook chat, could somebody kindly turn the rain off, please? Unfortunately, I don't think we're able to due to the way the weather is played out. But right now, it is definitely one of those situations whereby the slick runners, I would imagine that these 4 at the front now, they've got to lock in on the slick tyre, because otherwise they're going to fall right to the back of the field. But let's hold the phone there, because whilst you've got the top 4, further back, we've got even more happening here as Tom Davidson is having an absolute ding-dong battle with Joe Doble. Now, keep in mind that Doble does have a lot of success ballast in that car. That will be the best part of 40 kilograms in the back of that Veloster, whereas his rivals around him have significantly less weight, and that's why he's not staying with Cooler, and why Davidson is finding ways to get under his skin as they head down towards turn at number 8. Although that's not to say that Joe Doble can't drive fast, but of course success ballast is there to slow him intentionally to make sure he can't just run away with victory, and right now it's having that intended effect. He's battling with the car, battling with the weight, and battling with the drivers around him. Well, as they head up the hill, he looks one way then the other, and Davidson going defensive as you'd like into Club here. Doble looking around the outside. It's going to be very close under braking, but can he go all the way round the outside to the inside of Club? He's going to try it, and Davidson has to give him the space. They touch, and as they make the way through turn number 12, they're side by side. Joe Doble says, I'm not giving in. It's brilliant racing. It's touring car at its finest. The elbows get out, and it means that Cooler now will pull 2.5 seconds away from this pack, as here comes Adam Delman. Here comes William Guthrie. It's almost as if it's a family reunion as they charged away through turns 1 and 2, except this is a family of touring car drivers who want to get their elbows out right now, and somebody threw what was an absolute bit of dynamite into the mix, because Diamond now going to look up the inside to the outside there, but here comes Guthrie, who says, no you don't, I know where the line is and I know where the grip is, and William Guthrie going to place, but Delman comes back and sends Guthrie sideways over Seagrave corner. Well, Guthrie been getting the elbow out there, and I think it might just be a bit of a miscalculation from Delman. I think he wanted to get back on the inside, but a bit too eager to lunge his way in, so that forces Guthrie backwards, but not too far back. He will get back into the fight, I'm certain, but as he heads in towards turn number 6, well, right now he'll be fuming, and he'll keep that one in mind as they roar the way on through. Further on back, Mikey Doble with Andrew Pike there, and Andrew Pike is still on the slick. He's one of a limited number of drivers on the slick there further down the order. He's trying to hold on, as that's very sideways for Isaac Doble. Mikey Doble has jumped ahead of Isaac as a result of pitting a little bit later, and in fact Luciano Witvoet's with them, and I think right now it is all mixed up as Jamie Dory. Have we briefly lost Jamie Dory? We'll have to find out. I think he's had some technical issues. He's falling down the order. It's absolute pandemonium here, up, down, centre of the field, everywhere you look, and we still have got, come the end of this lap and going to the next one, we've still got the best part of 4 laps to go for these drivers, as Jamie Dory I think has had to retire from the race. I think there's been a technical issue with the car, so for our race leader overall, he's been relegated. So now it's only 3 slick runners right at the top of the tower in terms of the top 10, and Lee Horn is that leader, but he's got Marcello Rellas right behind him. And in terms of the pace, well, right now the pace of your leaders, your slick runners, 1 minute 34s to 35s, as Marcello Rellas pulls his way around the outside. Into Noble he goes. And it's going to be a move there for Marcello Rellas to take the lead off of Lee Horn, but can he get it stopped through Noble? No, he can't. He drifts onto the grass, and at this point, he's now a passenger in a Honda that's just gradually segueing its way back on. Horn's in contact there, and I don't think either of them have any grip. In the fact, it's so wet, and Rellas is turned around. He's pointed in the wrong direction, so Lee Horn carries on, and I think he'll argue I had nowhere to go other than to the grass. So that's a nightmare moment there, and the next gen pink driver carries on with Gavin Garner behind him, but look who's up behind them. This is your leading wet runner, Conrad Kula, is absolutely flying here on the wet times, would be expected, and well, it's a 7-second a lap difference last time around as Gavin Garner takes an excursion to the grass for a brief Mount Canal to Church. But come the end of this lap, I suspect the swing is going to be at least 10 if not 11 seconds in the favour of the wet runners. So right now, with 3 laps to go after this one, you would have to imagine that Conrad Kula here, it's going to be a question of when, not if he's going to make the moves on Gardner and Horn. And well, he's got plenty of time to do it, but he has got a bit of distant pressure from Doble, and Davidson behind that being Joseph Doble, who is chasing them absolutely relentlessly. Further on back, this is your prime lead battle, and it's Reese Watt versus Lewis Delmont. And well, Reese Watt right now, after a brilliant win in race number 1 in class, he's having to do it again in race number 2, deal with the pressure of another prime driver breathing down his neck. It was Alan McCain in race number 1, and right now Watt is doing it well against Lewis Delmont in race number 2 as they head in towards turn number 2. But up the rise and in towards the right-hander of turn number 2 they go, and as they do, onto the brakes, and Watt right now holding firm and not wilting under the pressure. Meanwhile, one thing we haven't really talked about, what about in the AM class? Let's not forget we've got 3 classes here, and Cal Murray is your class leader. He started on the wet tyre, and by doing so, he was the only AM driver to start on the wet tyre by the looks of things, and he's making this work, albeit I think there was an incident for Marcel Fritsch that's demoted him a long way down the order, so that's why Marcel Fritsch is a lap down, as is Sam Bradley. But Cal Murray, by starting on the wet, it's looking as though it's all coming his way. And can we get a replay as to what happened to Marcel Fritsch early on, because he did have an incident, a huge incident at that, and the answer is yes, we can, ladies and gentlemen, and here is that replay from lap number 5. So a bit earlier on in the race, this was Fritsch at the time battling, and he got tapped there by the 23 NXTGEN green machine, sent him sideways, sent him on, oh no! And in the end he had no ability to turn the car, and he got the double whammy there off of the tyre barrier, which is absolutely solid as concrete on the simulator, and then from the full tilty motorsport car coming through, and that's what happened to Marcel Fritsch that put him out of the hunt in the race. And well, that's unfortunate to see, and after a great result in race number 1, it's not to be in race number 2, but he's still out there trying to get to the end to get the points on the board. But coming back to your live pictures, and it's a good time we do, because we're on to the penultimate lap of racing. Conrad Kula leads ahead of Joe Doble and Tom Davidson. Further back, Lee Horn is still trying to hold on to the slick tyre, but Gavin Carter right behind. The NXTGEN pink pair are not giving in. They want a top 10 if they can. William Guthrie's just found his way through into 5th. They're pushing each other onwards. Next up is Reese Watt, the leading prime driver, who has got a 1-second gap over Lewis Delmont. But this is getting very testy, because right now Reese Watt's going to come up behind 2 slick runners, and look at this. He's practically glued to the back of them. We jump on board here with the 8th place runner, and the problem is he's got to cut his way through. Well, there's the cutback. He's going to get it done on Gardner at least, but into Noble he goes. He'll need to have the confidence to swing it around the outside versus Horn. Horn's not going to give up on this easily, but he's got a lot of understeer, so Horn has to back off a lot more compared to JW and Audi, and he does exactly that. And in the end, Reese Watt moves up into 6th. It is absolutely crazy here as they come down through turn number 6 into towards 7. Sideways goes Garrett Gardner and Lee Horn as well. Lewis Delmont comes through up the inside of the pair of them through 6 into 7. So 2 very different ways of making the same pair of passes, but in the end, Witvoet and Delmont carry on and resume as they were. Further on down the order, we've got Andrew Pike still trying to limp on with the slick tyre here, as he has got Russell Fowler recently past him, and now Duncan Moraes is coming up behind him very quickly, so he's trying to struggle against the elements here. He's like a salmon's trying to swing it upstream, but as they roll the way through Tunnel 6 and in towards 7, well, right now, and I should have said Rydia Pike as in a fish doing that, to be fair to play off his surname, given his nickname is Mr. Fish, but still missed opportunity there, and as he rolls his way through turn number 8, it is all about the struggle at this point onwards. But with that struggle, well, you know, sometimes it is going to be one of those situations whereby he's just got to accept it. But as we do look there to a pack absolutely staying close together, Alexander Paulik still holding off Stuart Winus and Alex Meredith and Kieran Smart behind. They're fighting over 19th place. No points, but having a good old ding-dong battle. Well, from them in towards turn at number 1. All wet runners here and all trying to struggle on. Paulik under major pressure as Wine is absolutely glued to the rear of him here, coming in towards turn number 2. And is it going to work out into Cobb Bend? And the answer is Winus will be there, but not quite close enough to make a move. And Alex Meredith stuck on the very back of this group as they charged away from right to left and back to the right again. But from them, we need to come to the front of the field because your top 3 is separated by only a second. Kula still leads, but Doble and Davidson are right there with him as they come down through Church Bend. And, well, we're in the final lap. There's not much left in it as Davidson gets an absolutely brilliant run. But right now, I think the Sim Racing Collective esports driver, he's got the run here, but he's going to have to do something magical under braking if he wants to move into second, because Doble covers off the outside, swings to the middle. Davidson's going to try and cut it back here as they make the way then through the club chicane for the final time. But it's going to be 1, 2, 3 between them here. It's a poor run through the corner, but Kula manages to stop the car in time. But can Doble get on the inside? It's going to be a photo finish, but it's going to be Conrad Kula who just squeezes ahead for victory ahead of Joe Doble, and Tom Davidson completes your top 3. Adam Doble takes 4th ahead of William Guthrie in 5th shortly, and then it's Reese White who makes it back-to-back wins in Pro-Am, 6th place overall. He guarantees his spot on the final reverse grid of the day ahead of Lewis Delmont in 7th, run-up in Pro-Am. Mikey Doe in 8th ahead of Isaac Doble, with Matthew Addy returning to the Pro-Am podium in 10th, their 3rd place in class. And whilst the field all comes on through, 15th place goes the way of Lee Horn, struggling on the slicks, but he scores a point for it. Cal Murray comes across the line and winner with 24th overall. What a drive from him to take his first and win of the season. Brilliant drive there from the Honda driver for NXTGEN Green. 2nd place in class is away, and it is going to be Jofford Collins who makes his way to that finish very shortly as he comes up the rise here, 2nd in AM. And well, the AM class has definitely been a class of attrition here in terms of race number 2, with the loss of Matthew Jordan, and also Marcel Fritsch ends up in the Barrier Club. So in the end, we have gone from 6 AM runners to 5, then to 3, with Craig Tillison not making it to the grid due to technical issues. Collins taking 2nd place in AM, then 30th on the grid, and Sam Bradley, well, he's already finished his race a lap down and takes 3rd in the AM class there as he gives a friendly love tap to his teammate Cal Murray to celebrate Murray's victory. So double podium for NXTGEN Green, and Sam Bradley completing the AM podium there, 31st overall. For goodness me, ladies and gents, but what an unpredictable race. And I don't think Conrad Kula can quite predict this result after a disappointing race number 1, where a slow start really took away all his momentum from that pole position. But to return to victory in race number 2, he'll be pleased with that. Joe Doble, another podium there. And in the Doble Sim Racing trio, splitting their strategies, worked out a treat to guarantee at least 1 podium. Tom Davidson as well returns to the podium for the Sim Racing Collective with 3rd place overall. He'll be happy with that. And then Reese Watt, well, back-to-back wins in Pro-Am and a 6th place overall. It could not be a more dream-like scenario for the JWM Motorsport driver, with Lewis Delmont taking 2nd place in the class, keeping him honest but not enough. And Matthew Addy, how long has it been since he's been on the Pro-Am podium? It has been some time, but 10th place overall. Our top 3 Pro-Am drivers have given themselves a good opportunity to be in that top reverse grid, whether it's top 6 through the top 12. We will see in due course, as we do have Cal Murray making his way on through here as well. And, well, what a drive from the number 14 Honda here, taking that AM win. He's going to be absolutely ecstatic about that, no doubt about it. And indeed, taking a bit of glory for NXTGEN Green as he parks it up in the pit lane. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at those race results, subject to any Stewards inquiries. And here they are, after a very feisty and weather-driven race number 2 of round 4 of the Orange Lobbies Season 9 NXTCC campaign, powered by Doble Motorcycles. And as we can see, Conrad Kula, your winner for World of Racing at STR Motorsports. making up the right corner strategy at this time around, and the Polish driver there bringing on home the win that eluded him race number 1. Joe Doble just missing out on victory by only 7.5 hundredths at the finish for Doble Sim Racing. Mikula parking it on the apex of the club, but Doble still fending off the challenge from Tom Davidson for second place, and Davidson completed the podium there for the Sim Racing Collective Esports, and what a drive from him in the Honda. Adam Delmont was 4th for NXTGEN Green, a further 2 seconds behind, and a further 4 seconds to William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport. A solid drive from him, no doubt about it, to return to the top 5. Reese Watt was 6th, your prime winner for JWM Motorsport, but not without intense pressure all the way through from Lewis Delmont for NXTGEN Green, who in the end had to back off after battling so hard, but didn't have anything left in those front tyres to keep Watt honest all the way over the last 2 laps. Mikey Doble in the number 1 took 8th place for Doble Sim Racing, with his younger brother Isaac Doble finishing at 9th behind, and then Matthew Addy completing at the top 10 there, with a return to the Pram podium, 3rd place in class of WSS Racing, and he'll be ecstatic about that one, given all the misfortunes he's had so far this season in previous seasons. That's going to feel as though it's a big relief. Luciano Witvoet finished 11th for World of Racing STR Motorsports, best of the rest, ahead of Benjamin Gregory, with a Full Tilt Motorsport Boosted Motorsport driver there completing all the eligible reverse grid positions, and it's a good opportunity for Primes to be right towards the front of the field. And then Sam Vanolf's 13th for Goldwing Motorsports, just missing out 2 seconds behind, but not without keeping Nick Clibbins behind him by 3 attempts at the finish. From the iRacing Esports drivers, then Lee Horner round off your top 15, the leading slick finisher, 15th place there for NXTGEN Pink, picking up the last of the overall points. What a resilient effort from him, with teammate Gavin Garner just behind, and then Alan McCain 17th ahead of Alexander Paulik, Stuart Winus and Kieran Smart to complete your top 20. Outside the top 20, let's not forget about finishing 21st was Alex Meredith for Whiskey Runners with NXTGEN Racing, ahead of Marcello Reles, who stormed through the field from a 32nd place start, but on the slick tyre, not making the call to go to the wets at the right time, and therefore losing out on a good chunk of that progress. We'll be hoping to get it right in race number 3. Ben Altrier, 23rd, ahead of Cal Murray, your AM winner there for NXTGEN Green. Well done to him on his maiden win, with Russell Fowler 25th for Rhino Esports, ahead of Duncan Rise, and now Sam Smith, Andrew Pike, Michael East and Jonathan Collins, who completed your top 30. But for the WSS Racing driver, also with that, 2nd place in AM, and he'll be happy with that, adding another podium to his bag. Outside the top 30, we then came to a lap down. 3rd place and finisher NXTGEN Green's Sam Bradley, and it was Jamie Dorey, Marcel Fritsch after that huge shunt in the early stage of the race, and Matthew Jordan in the end with a premature retirement with 12 laps to go. He'll be classified as a non-finisher. So 34 starters, 33 finishers, ladies and gentlemen, of which 30 on the lead lap, and we still do have one more race to come here, because, of course, we do have race number 3 that is just around the corner in approximately 15 minutes time. But of course, we have one question before we do take a step away to race number 3, and that is the big old question of where are we going to reverse the grid from? Well, we do head to the commentary booth, and as we do, give us a brief moment to do so, and we'll transition our way over. And good evening to you all, and I hope you're all doing well, and indeed, what around a race it has been so far, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen. But as always, we do have our lottery draw bowl here, as proudly given to us by none other than Sam Cases UK. In this bowl are the numbers 6 through to 12. And very shortly, I'm going to close my eyes, shuffle the balls, and see which ball comes out of the bowl for our reverse grid position. And remember, we've had 10, we've had 8, and we've had 9 so far. Will we see a new number? Let's find out. And there's the shuffle, and we do the draw. And our reverse grid position for tonight, it is a new number, and it's going to be the smallest one eligible. It is number 6. So Reese Watt in the JWM Motorsport 32 Audi puts himself on pole position, and he will have a pack of 5 pros behind him, starting off, of course, with William Guthrie and Lewis Delmont starting 7th. We'll know he's got the hard work to do, and Watt just needs to keep the pros between him and the rest of the prime field. Well, that is going to be how race number 3 works out, ladies and gentlemen. We will see how it all plays out, no doubt about it. And it's going to be an interesting one, particularly if the weather strikes again. But until then, we will leave you with a word from our title sponsor, Doble Motorcycles, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes' time for our final piece of racing action from round number 4 of the championship.
Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycles store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back then for our final race of today in round 4 of the NXTCC Season 9, brought to you on iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles. Our focus, of course, being on Orange Lobby's season. And as we can see, the rain is currently falling here at the Thruxton circuit for the final race of the day. It's carrying over from race number 2. But as the weather's going on, well, the forecast now does seem to be that this rain is only going to be for the next few minutes. And by the time we go racing, we should be seeing the rain clear away. So everybody will most likely be encouraged to take the wets. But those who take slicks, could they potentially pull an Uno reverse card compared to races 1 and 2 and surprise everybody for a circuit that will gradually be drying and potentially dry enough to make the slick work? Well, it has been a day of gambles and strategy, no doubt about it. Some have got it right, some have got it wrong, and some have found a middle ground. But the one thing that definitely has stayed true all the way through is that the challenge has been absolutely terrific and terrifying for everybody involved. But right now, I think we can get a word or two from some of our drivers down in the pit lane, and as we do wait to see how they all get on one final time, we are going to be getting a word, I believe, from Witvoet, who's not going to be in his car, but we will be able to speak to him either way. So give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, and we will get the patch through from down in the pit lane paddock. So as we do try to get that word from Witvoet, we'll be hearing his thoughts on back-to-back victories, and of course now line up on reverse grid pole position, that top 6 reverse, as we now do get the patch through. Hello Reese, you got time for a quick chat?
Hey Paul, how you doing?
Reese, I'm doing good, but surely for yourself, you must be doing fantastically. 2 prime wins back-to-back, and now you're on overall pole position for the final race of the day to try and make it 3 in a row.
I know. Fingers crossed that happens. Weather gods have been shining down on me today, so it's just worked out. But yeah, I didn't expect to be here at all. Not been performing that well this season, so to get a couple of Pro Am wins, yeah, it's good to be up there.
Well, like you say, great to be up there. One last race to go. It looks though the rain's almost coming to a bit of a halt at the moment. I mean, races 1 and 2 have been dry to wet. This one could be wet to dry. Have you got any idea what your strategy is going to be?
It's tricky. We're just weighing that up now with Mikey. It's going to be interesting. It just depends on how quick the track dries up. So once the practice and the warm-up's done, I'll have a quick look at the track and see if it's looking like it'll dry pretty quick. But it's a risky one. Not quite sure. Hopefully I make the right call again.
That's absolutely fair. We'll see if you can make it 3 from 3. But with that, we'll let you get back to your teammate, Michael, and we will see you later on in the race.
Cheers. Thanks, Paul.
So they're speaking to Witvoet down from the pit lane there, as we see some other drivers trying to see how wet the circuit is at the moment. And talking about there, the simple fact he's working with Michael East to understand how wet is it going to be when they go racing and whether to go on the wet tyre or whether to gamble on the slick. Because, of course, with the short length of the circuit, the long time spent in the pit lane changing the tyres over, losing the best part of 50 seconds if you do go for the pit stop to change from one compound to the other. All 4 tyres, of course, need to be changed. Well, they're the only ones who can come up with a solution to it. It is going to be one of those ones whereby if you want to make it work 3 times in a row, you've got to get it right. But for him, it's worked out so far. And will this man, Lewis Delmont, be trying to hope to nip a win off of his prime rivals? Because he has fallen just slightly short so far today over the course of all the races so far. But one thing that you can always count on from Lewis Delmont is he doesn't give up. Indeed, following his father's footsteps there. And he's got his father's spirit, no doubt about it. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the clock's only 30 seconds away from the end of this practice warm-up session. They're trying to dry the circuit as quickly as they can. You can see most drivers at the moment on the wet, but will they all be on the wet going to the grid? Well, that is going to be the challenge, because whoever starts on the slick, they are going to be starting on a circuit that's going to offer them no tyre temperature. It's going to feel as though they're on ice skates. But if the circuit gets dry enough, they'll suddenly find that temperature gets the heat and they could pile their way through, albeit they'll have to be careful off the racing line when they make overtakes. Well, for all that and more, let's get all of our answers then, because it is time for the final quiz of the evening for our drivers. Is it a wet one? Is it a dry run? Or is it a mixture of the two? It's time for race number 3, and with that, we'll find out soon. So as our drivers make the way onto the grid, this is how they line up then for our final race of the evening. A top 6 reverse grid from race number 2's results sees Reece Watt, your pro and pole sitter, also line up as your overall pole sitter for JWM Motorsport. He'll be joined on the front row of the grid by William Guthrie, the pro pole sitter for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport. Then we have Adam Delmont starting third for Next Gen Green, ahead of Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective Esports. Goodness me, he's had a great day today. The 42 driver will be hoping for another run to a top 5 finish as a minimum. Joe Doe will be starting this race at 5th for Double Sim Racing and looking to finish on a high there in the number 11. When you have the close company of Conrad Cooler, Race 2 winner, and the World of Racing with STR Motorsports drive, will be hoping that this one can also go his way. Lewis Delmont starts 7th for Next Gen Green, and now he's got work to do to try and chase down that Pro-Am victory. He's the second of the Pro-Am runners. Alongside it will be Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing in the number 1. Behind him will be his teammate Isaac Doble starting 9th, and Matthew Alley for WSS Racing completes your top 10 in the 777. From them, starting 11th, it's Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing with STR Motorsports. The Dutchman joined by the Briton Benjamin Gregory, who starts 12th for Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport. Then we have on row at number 7, Sam Van Ols for Goldwyn Motorsports, and Nick Clemens for iRace Esports in their scrap, which carries on from race number 2. Then we'll see Lee Horn starting 15th for Next Gen Pink ahead of teammate Gavin Garner. Can they get the tyre call right this time? They didn't get it right in race 2. They went for the slicks when it should have been the wets. Alan McCain will be starting 17th for iRace Esports ahead of Alexander Paulik for World of Racing with STR Motorsports. And then we have Stuart Winers 19th on the grid for Track Scotland ahead of teammate Kieran Smart. They lock out the 10th row. On row at number 11, it's Alex Meredith there, who's had a difficult race number 2, but will he bounce back in race number 3 for WSS Racing? He's ahead of Marcello Reales for W2E Pro GP, where all went wrong in race number 2 after it went so right and getting so many places so early on. Ben Altrier begins this one in 23rd with Full Tilt Motorsport with Boosted Motorsport ahead of Cal Murray, the Next Gen Green driver who lines up there as your AM pole sitter after a lonely race number 2 victory. He'll be hoping for a lonely one again as well. If he can keep it quiet, he can keep it happy. Russell Fowler begins this one on the 13th ride grid for Verano Esports ahead of Duncan Moraes for Goldwyn Motorsport. And then you do have 27th on the grid, Sam Smith for iRace Esports ahead of Andrew Pyatt for the Sim Racing Collective Esports. Race number 2 is a write-off for the 57 driver, but can he make race 3 a turn all the way round to what for him will feel like a victory? Well, behind them will be 29th Michael Lease for JWM Motorsport ahead of Jonathan Collins for WSS Racing, and then completing off the field starting in 31st is Sam Bradley for Next Gen Green ahead of Jamie Dorey for Next Gen Pink. Will Marcel Fritsch begin this one 33rd for Rhino Esports, and Next Gen Pink's Matthew Jordan starts 34th of our runners for Next Gen Pink. Craig Tillotson not able to make it to the grid for this one either, unfortunately, so we are missing our 35th runner, but we hope he's able to get things restored back to normal for round number 5 in 2 weeks' time. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, all the grids there, they're almost all in position, and we are only moments away from seeing the lights go on for the final time this evening. And while I do believe all drivers in position, the trigger will be pulled to take us to the lights out procedure soon. But Reece Watt will know that in this one, we'll look at the time and tell on the left-hand side, everybody minus 2 drivers have started on the wet tyre. That's Marcello Reales, who starts 22nd, and also Michael Lease, who starts 29th. So it looks though JWM Motorsport have gone for the gamble, whereby they've opted to split what is going to start on that wet tyre. Lease is going to start on the dry. He's got nothing to lose, has Lease, but who has got it all to lose? Well, here we go then, ladies and gents, for the final time today. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, it's 4, it's 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the final race of the day here at Thruxton. And Reece Watt gets a decent start, but William Guthrie gets an even stronger start. They struggle there as the front tyres grind against the water. And as they roar the way through Allards for the first time, well, it looks as though Watt's going to try and be holding on, albeit it does seem as though Guthrie's got the advantage in towards turn number 2. Watt there might back off. He might decide to let it go. He thinks about it, but in the end has to tuck it behind. All the way they come through. The Concertina effect now in full motion as they roar the way into turn 2. And as they come down, well, Sam Bradley's had a phenomenal start. He's leapt his way into the lead of the AM class. Cal Murray's nowhere to be seen. I don't know where he's disappeared. He's dropped all the way to the back of the field. I don't know how he's achieved that, but we'll find out in short order. But as all the field makes its way now in towards Noble for the first time, we're back up into the top 15. We do see their side by side between Sam Van Olst and Isaac Doble, as Van Olst trying to go around the outside there of the number 65 pro driver. He's going to be able to do it here as they come down in towards turn number 6, albeit will that give him enough speed, because Isaac Doble on the outside line will feel as though he's got the confidence just to roll all the way around the outside. But but rolling on through. Well, further on back, well, Marcellorella's all the way down to 34th. He's had a major off-track, as has Michael Lees. So the two slick runners have fallen off the circuit already, albeit off camera. And further back, Sam Bradley now. Well, he's dropped a bit further back, but he's still 2.5 seconds clear at Jonathan Collins, but he's on the back of your 26th runner, Duncan Rise. But from them, looking to the front of the field, will William Guthrie now trying to pull away as they head in towards Club Bend. Onto the brakes they go. What in second, ahead of Adam Delmont, and then Joe Doble behind. But you can see here that right now Guthrie's still being pulled back in as they all slip and slide their way through Club for the first time of this race. Everyone together. Witvoet there in 10th place at the moment, trying to make a bit more progress versus Matthew Addy, and in towards turn 1 they go again, but as they do, try to look up the inside, just enough space to breathe, and in the end falls back there in the nick of time as they roar their way upwards in towards turn number 2, and Rd4 once again finds himself on the inside of turn 2, and under pressure here from a drive looking around the outside this time. It's Adam Delmont is going to sweep around outside to inside, and that's a tap that sends Watt out wide, and the Pram leader right now, surely he's just got to get his head in the game and realise he doesn't need to fight. He tries as much as he wants to, but right now that Pram wins, try and make it 3 from 3 will be more important as he heads up towards Noble Bend. Lewis Delmont in 8th, your second place prime runner. He's got Matthew Addy 7/10 behind, and with Addy still fighting with Witvoet, well, it's right now the opportunity for Delmont to try and pull away. But in towards turn 6 they come, and as they roll on around, that's a run wide there from Mikey Doe, but I think that's to try and build up more speed through 6 and into 7 to give himself the momentum to attack Tom Davidson a bit further up the road, as Reese Watt right now is trying to keep the Sim Racing Collective driver behind him, but I think Davidson's got other ideas as they make their way to church. Through turn 8 they come. The Audi will have the speed, but the Honda will be able to stay with him for a little bit longer, and up the rise they go through Brooklands here in towards Club. It's going to be 2 wide, and Mikey Dole decides to try and make it 3 wide here as they come up the rise, so 3 into 1 corner. Here they go. Reese Watt with the Audi there, able to streamline ahead, but it does look as though Davison falls back. Mikey Dole at the inside, and that's a clever bit of manoeuvre in there, and Mikey Dole gaining 5th place as he heads onto lap 3, but here comes Conrad Kula now trying to get on the inside of Davidson in towards the opening corner. In towards Allens they go, and as they roar the way through the right-hander, well, right now it's a very high apex curve there for Kula. You can see him going sideways over the curve, but just about catches the car with a wet tyre and brings it all back together. But onto the brakes they come in towards turn 2, still having to fight. There is Kula versus Lewis Delmont. Delmont now trying to get into the hunt as Matthew Addy over the back gets a bit too much tail happy there and loses 1 place to Whitfield. He's going to lose another place here to Sam Van Ols. Van Ols down his outside through Seagrave, and as they come up through, and as the tap between the turn, it sends Van Ols sideways. Addy backs off there, and all the field decides to back off with it, and now it's going to be Bencher and Gregory's absolutely glued to the back of the pair of them. We ride on board here, looking down over the top of the 5th place prime driver as Addy there side by side with an old through Noble. Now in turn number 6 they come, and as they do, 2 wide on entry in the battle of the Audis here. It's the battle of the 4 rings, and right now it will be none other than Addy who gets ahead for a brief moment, but the WSS machine is now under pressure from the switchback of the Goldwyn Motorsports Audis. They come down towards Church. Bencher and Gregory still watching on here, and well, thankfully we're above the car, but they're going to send each other wide, and Bencher and Gregory here decides to take one. He takes 2, and right now the Elantra driver will think as though he's been able to pull off daylight robbery, but the problem is the Goldwyn Motorsport Audi here is back on the charge, and once it starts to get up towards top gear, that's where the Audi can really shine, and therefore Gregory has to fall back. But brilliant bit of opportunism there for Bencher and Gregory. He had to go for it. He took 1 place at least, and something tells me he might have had a bit of wheel spin coming off the apex curve of Church, and that's what stopped him from making it a 2 for 1, and in the end had to settle for the 1 place. But upwards towards turn 1 they go, and it looks like it's a poor run there coming out of Club, and Gregory will get the place. Up into 10th he goes as he practically gets the car stopped on a dime there for the Alabs curve, and as he roars his way upwards into 2, well, into Cobb, he's not going to let this go whatsoever, and Van Ols right now, as eager as he is to strike back, I don't think he's going to get the opportunity to do so. Albeit as the field all concertinas in, looking back to the AM leader, this is Sam Bradley still leading the AM class in 25th, with Matthew Jordan encroaching behind him. Russell Fowler, however, is interrupting Jordan's flow. Matthew Jordan really coming alive. He does seem to have these spurts mid-race where he suddenly discovers a lot of pace. It doesn't stay with him for long, but when he finds it, it's absolutely brilliant. Hold up a second. That's the Wilder Racing pair. That's Alexander Pullett and Conrad Kula. They're both into the barrier. Those pieces of bodywork flying everywhere. What on earth has happened to the pair of them? Well, I think we can get an immediate replay as to what's happened to them, and this is what's happened to Conrad Kula. So chasing after Davidson at the time, I believe this was, and well, one of the Doble sim racing machines getting it wrong. Kula just going out wide and ends up in the barrier. They're taking too much exit curve. Then what happened to Alexander Paulik? Well, he suffered the exact same fate. Oh no! And in almost coming into the scene the instant and colliding with his teammate. Not to be. That was the front bumper we saw going wayward, and that explains the whole story there. But both of them making major errors, and it all went wrong very quickly, and that's what happens when you do run out onto those curves where there's big puddles of water, even with the wet tyre, there's not enough grip there to survive, and that's why it's all gone wrong for them. But as our drivers continue their way onwards right now, still more to come, no doubt about it. And all the drivers pressing onwards as that's free wide in the foreground of the picture. That's Alex Meredith on the inside versus Nick Clemens versus Stuart Winess. And, well, that's going to be very, very close. Oh, my good Lord. How did they survive that? I do not know. And I don't think my voice can go any more octaves higher. But it's almost going to be 4 wide here coming up into turn number 2. Surely they're not going to try and do it. Well, they almost do. Alex Meredith in the end just getting absolutely stuck in as Nick Clemens has clocked out of this. Stuart Winess gets back on the inside of him. And as they all tiptoe the way around here, we look back from the rear. Oh, Winess is car and Alex Meredith is right behind it. This is the battle for 15th overall for the final overall point. And, well, my good Lord, how they all managed to survive that. That's incredible. You don't get 3 wide into Allens. You don't even get 2 wide half the time. But they made it work. Stuart Winess, however, almost ends up on the grass there as he makes his way all the way around through turn number 6. And, well, coming on through, things settle down for a brief moment. Alex Meredith right now in the crowd of Pro drivers, his previous contemporaries from earlier seasons, but now a pro driver. But he's getting very familiar with the drivers he used to share class classification with. Well, through church they go. They're absolutely loving this, no doubt about it. But Winess right now are really trying to stem the flow of cars, but he won't be if he runs that wide. And Meredith almost loses it as well. They both run out wide. They're getting eager. They're finding there's more time out there now that the circuit is starting to dry up a little bit. But the problem is, once they start to get overconfident, this is where the mistakes happen. And Meredith right now being passed by Biddletree and Isaac Doble, who make the way up his inside to Meredith, losing 2 places there for one small error out of Church Bend. But out of the car they go, and well, out of the corner they go, and onwards towards turn number 1. And as they do, onto lap number 6. There's still plenty of laps remaining in this race, and there's still plenty of parts of the tail. Marcello Rellas, we should point out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, has retired the car after his overlap incident on the slicks. He's not decided to go back out there. It does seem as though he's done damage to the car, and therefore the team have called it a day. So for Rellas, it has been a write-off of a day, unfortunately, as we see a big lunge up the inside there for Isaac Doble versus Ben Altrier, but Altrier returns the favour, coming through 3 in towards 4. It's very his elbows out between the two of them, and Isaac Doble gets ahead eventually, but having to absolutely force his way out through. You can understand Altrier not too happy about that as they head in towards turn number 5, but that is elbows out racing between the two of them. I think there'll be no love lost between them when they head into the paddock later. But from them, we've had some changes further at the front of the field, including Mikey Doble still battling with Joe Doble. The two brothers here exchanging the fight for 3rd place, and as they roar the way on through, it looks as though Joe Doble at this time a bit faster than his brother, albeit Adam Delman only 4 attempts up the road from the pair of them, and William Guthrie is starting to stream away a little bit, gap 1.2 seconds. That's not much, but that's enough to start to feel a little bit of confidence as he heads in towards club and out of this lap, albeit goes a bit deeper. That's going to cost him quite a bit of time cut off the club. That's going to cost him about 2 attempts in reality into Allard, and that does mean that Guthrie right now under a bit of pressure here as he heads into lap number 7, but not too much to upset the boat. But from them under pressure is 6th place man Reese Watt, who's got Tom Davidson right behind, and Lewis Delmont is getting closer and closer here, and I think he's starting to believe he can chase this down once again. But remember, with the success ballast now, we do have 32 kilograms in the back of Watt's car. In the back of Delmont's, we have 26 kilograms, so therefore he'll be dealing with success ballast in his own way. The two cars deal with it differently. The Audi doesn't feel it as much at some circuits, but he'll feel it at Thruxton, and Delmont here started to get races. We ride aboard with the 23 driver, 2nd in Pro-Am, and all over the back of your Pro Davidson. He wants Davidson out the way, and you can understand why he's really riding the rear bumper of the 42 and thinking, okay, how do I get up the inside of into a quarter? Well, here's a quick look into turn 6. He's going to try and stick his nose in, but I think Davidson here on that outside line will feel a bit safe. Delmont understeers a little bit wide, so has to back off the throttle there to avoid the contact, but Delmont definitely trying to send a message here as it's going to be Davidson up the inside of Watt, then into Church. Now Lewis Delmont can play the patience game here. If he cuts it back right, he may be able to get the run of the pair of them. Big slide sideways there from Davidson, and it's going to be Delmont has to take to the grass there as he has to avoid the wayward Honda. Well, he makes himself wayward to a degree. He won't have gained an advantage necessarily there, because whilst he is on the outside, he's getting the nose ahead, but now he's got the hard work to do and go around all the outside, and well, he's going to get it done. The braking there versus Davidson. Hold up, that's William Guthrie pointed the wrong way. What's Guthrie doing parked on the apex of 11? And that's all gone wrong for the Excuse me, it's got all wrong for the Full Tilt Remotorsport team. The car's had to be towed from there. They can't get it recovered. It's practically buried into the concrete barrier. And, well, we'll get a replay of that very shortly. But William Guthrie, who was leading this race, albeit by a diminishing margin, now has fallen out of the race. And it's heartbreak from him. But what exactly happened? Here's the replay to explain. And now this was battling at the time of Adam Delmont under braking in towards Club. The two of them exchanging pain. Round they went. Oh no, and it's all gone wrong for Guthrie, and turned around there by contact of Adam Delmont into the barrier. And in the end, the car not going anywhere. That's a broken rear suspension and a tow to the pits for the race leader. So Adam Delmont leads right now, but in a bruised Honda. And well, fortunately, we must understand he'll be absolutely fuming with that. But Delmont's going to carry on here and have to look at it after the race. Indeed, it'll be looked at by the stewards, I'm sure, after all the races done today. And well, the Doble brothers, Joe and Mikey, absolutely on a charge here as they head in towards Church. This time, half the race almost complete, another half it's still to go. And right now, Doble Sim Racing looking to hunt down a 1-2 as a minimum. As meanwhile, we do have Luciano Witvoet in the world of a race machine in the Audi. He's getting closer as well as they head up towards turn number 10. But heading towards that braking zone, well, Mikey and Joe, they're both exchanging sideways glances as it's going to be Mikey Doble moves back into second here. And, well, Joe Doble decided not to intervene or get too stuck in. Behind them, Lewis Delmont on the attack. They're going to go around the outside of Reese Watt for the lead of the prime class. He does exactly that as they exit Club Ben. But look at Benjamin Gregory. Look at Sam Van Olst. All the prime packers caught up here with Tom Davidson being marshalled behind them all. So Davidson thinking, okay, I've been enjoying the fight with 2 primes, but now 4 of them. This is a bit too much. As they head in towards turns 2, 3 and 4. And Reese Watt in a heavy car has got Benjamin Gregory up his inside now. And Gregory's not going to waste an opportunity to try and cipher move. And he does it. Reese Watt goes very sideways. They catch the car of the Knowles. Comes up the inside of it, as does none other than Davidson. Goodness me, they're all absolutely trying to pick on Reese Watt. It's almost as if Watt's been left to the vultures. He goes sideways again, cut out of turn number 4. And Reese Watt suddenly, after leading prime for half the race, is pushed all the way down to 4th place in prime and 10th place overall. And it's not over yet because Gareth Gardner says, do you mind if I kick a man when he's down? And well, Reese Watt's going to say no to that, and I think Gardner at this point is trying to push onwards, but roaring the way through at turn number 6 and up towards 8 they go. And as they do right now, these two absolutely, I think, enjoyed a great scrap. But Reese Watt, you've got to feel for him because he's suddenly been marshalled all the way down the order, and he's probably thinking, what did I do? And he just went sideways once, and that was it. But from them, we'll look at Adam Delmont right now trying to dig in versus Mikey Doble here. The battle for the lead heads in towards Club on lap number 9, soon to be number 10, and well, all went wrong for Delmont battling with William Guthrie here. Only a couple of laps to go, but it doesn't go wrong this time around. But Joseph Doble is under pressure, and Luciano Witvoet, who sees the doors open on the exit of the chicane, he moves up into 3rd. Well, Witvoet is absolutely attacking here, and the number 60 driver for World of Race with STR Motorsports right now, you would imagine that he's going to have the mindset, which is, you know what, I can take this win, and I can take it off of them one by one. Well, as he heads in towards turn number 2, well, he's got to be mindful that Joe Doble will be putting as much pressure as he can on Witvoet for the simple reason he won't want to see Doble Sim Racing miss out on a double podium. Or at least one of their drivers taking a victory. But as they come through turn number 4, I think the Audi driver here in a car that's definitely starting to hunker down nice in his conditions. Well, we're in the way in towards Noble Bend at this point. It is all going to be a game of follow the leader until it's not. And I suspect going through Brooklands very shortly, we will see another exchange take place, or at least a presumption of a battle. But through 6 they come, and down. Well, as they do, we do see a number of you giving comments there in the YouTube chat with regards to what happened between Delmont and Guthrie only a couple of laps ago there. And we do say hello to Welsh Boy 2012, and also I can't repeat that username on the broadcast, unfortunately, but Mr. C and Bull there. And well, the rest of you can guess what the C may stand for as the drivers roar the way onwards. But as we do see Adam Delmont here under that pressure from Mikey Doble heading in towards turn number 10. Onto the brakes they go, and this time Delmont is going to be leaving the door open there, hoping that Mikey goes a bit too deep. He does, but he gets it stopped on the racing line, and Mikey Doble does take the lead this race. But here comes Witvoet looking up the inside as they go onto another lap, onto lap 11, 6 to go. And as they come through, the circuit's getting drier, they're getting racier, and Witvoet right now is feeling an urge. He's feeling the need for speed through turn 1 in towards turn number 2, and the Audi right now absolutely forcing its way to the inside here into turn 2. He's going to make Delmont leave the door open, and well, Delmont's not going to give up. He tries to get his nose into turn 3, but Witvoet says, no, you don't. I'm shutting that door in your face. And as they roar the way to turn 4, well, that's going to give Mikey Doble a little bit of breathing room, as here comes Joe Doble now looking to go around the outside to the inside of Noble. And suddenly Adam Doble goes from leading down to 4th place very quickly, and the NXTGEN green Honda's got to try and find its way back as they roar the way in towards turn 6 onwards, but coming on down in towards the right-hander. And as they do, well, Lewis Delmont, meanwhile, your leader in Pro-Am, he's trying to run away from the battle for second in Prime, and that's Benjamin Gregory and Sam Van Olst, who right now sniffing nose to tail here, and the exhaust fumes that Van Olst will be sniffing here will be ones he won't to sniff for too much longer, because he loved to run away with Tom Davidson with them still. And Davidson at this point is probably thinking, what do I have to do to pass these two Prime drivers? And the answer is, I don't know either, Tom. You're going to have to find some magic out there, because meanwhile, the fight for third continues to rage on. And Adam getting a better run this time as they make the way into the braking zone, but glued to the back of his rival and turns him sideways on the braking. Or at least that's what he would suggest based on the camera angle. And he just manages to avoid the barrier. My good lord. Well, Joe Doble, that's going to be a loss of places, but well done that man for avoiding the barriers there. That could have been a race ender. He could have gone the way of Guthrie, but it wasn't to be. And well, goodness me, for Joe Doble, that is a lesson in car control and then some. I had my heart in my mouth then as he makes his way over through turn number 1, and with it, he falls back behind the battle for second in Prime between Gregory and Fernals. So right now, Tom Davidson thinks, oh great, I've got another one to play with now, and then he'll realise he's fighting with a pro driver at this point, so I don't think he'll be too upset. But through the right, into the left of turns 2 and 3, and right now, these two pushing each other onwards. But from that, we've now got even more happening right at the front of the field, because as we look back for the race leader, looking out of the rear of the car, through the rear panel of glass, Mikey Doble, he's your leader, but he's got Luciano Witvoet right behind, and it's the battle of the Audi versus the Hyundai Veloster, and the Veloster right now doesn't have the straight line speed, but it has the cornering capabilities and the ability to take the curbs that the Audi cannot, but they roar the way onwards and then towards Church Bend. And right now, between these two drivers, there is nothing. There's only 2 temps, and in touring car terms, or in NXTCC terms, 2 temps is the equivalent of simply saying breathing up the same space as another driver as they roar the way out the corner. And as they roll the way side by side here, well, here comes Witvoet looking to make the move into the club chicane. They'll have 4 more laps to go after this one, but does Witvoet only need 1 to get this done? And the answer maybe yes here, as he's on the brakes, he's on the inside, but can he get it stopped in time? Yes, he will. And Mikey Doble now trying to come back at him on corner exit. I think Witvoet's got the move done here. Onto lap 13 they go, but will we see Doble come back? That will be the challenge, and something tells me it may be now the opportunity for the Audi driver to pull away little by little over the remainder of the day. But from them, let's come back a bit further, and we have still got plenty more fighting going on here, including Marcel Fritsch, 4th place, Am driver trying to pick on Russell Fowler, and Alan McCain are fighting over 12th in Prime and fighting over some last critical points here. Russell Fowler having a bit of a nightmare run through that chicane, being offline, given the battle in McCain, but that's what it's all about. You've got to try and get your rival to make a mistake. In towards turn number 1 they go. Side by side they enter. Great respectful race between the Irish Esports and the Verano Esports driver here, and the yellow Verano machine, the Audi of Fowler right now, definitely trying to stay in it to win it here, even if it's just for a couple of points, but still every point matters in a season-long campaign. Side by side they come into 2 through 3, and Fowler in the end will get back ahead as he drops off the apex curb, and McCain is made to sit behind. But as they head out to turn number 4 and onwards they'll go towards 5. We look a little bit further up the order, and your class leader in AM is Matthew Jordan, albeit he's got Andrew Pite and Sam Bradley for close company behind, but Andrew Pite right now is the odd one out there. He's the pro driver intervening in this AM lead battle as they come through, and we ride on board the NXTGEN green driver, who right now with the SpongeBob helmet there, the one that always makes everyone smile. I think Sam Bradley at this point will be thinking, look Andrew, can you politely step aside, because I've got a race to win here. And I think Andrew Pike's thinking, you know, I'd like you 2 AMs to step aside, but neither one can agree on the difference to the other. We're heading up towards turn number 10. Well, Bradley there having a poor run out of Church, and therefore it's going to cost him a lot of speed, and it's going to cost him a lot of time. But from the time he's cost himself to right now 2 drivers who are doing time in terms of battling, well, it's Ben Autry, Matthew Addy and Nick Clemens all together, as we see a flash of lights there from Clemens. He's not happy about something. I would imagine perhaps the way the battle has played out between the trio. We're coming in towards Allard corner, 3 to go, and right now they're fighting over 6th place in the Prime class, with Clemens getting back ahead there of Addy, and as the car going slow, that's Cal Murray who's struggling along, and I believe he might be letting everybody go there if so. But from then we come back to Andrew Pite looking around the outside of Matthew Jordan as he tries to make this move stick. Oh no, and he comes across there, taps the side of the leading Am Honda, and that's going to be some damage to both of them, albeit it's just bodywork damage, but it's not damage to be grateful for. Pite slides loose, and here comes Bradley, but in the end Bradley decides to back out. He doesn't want any role to play in this, as Andrew Pite right now is being made to absolutely strong arm his way into this position. This may be for 22nd, but right now for Matthew Jordan, he wants to try and keep the pro between himself and Sam Bradley, who now sees an opportunity in the battle of the 3 Hondas to play his cards. Through turn number 6 they come on around, and it's a switchback here for Bradley, and this could be what works out for the AM lead. Well, we can see here that right now Jordan's still a nose ahead here, but into Church Bend. Will he be able to shut the door? He will be able to. Bradley has to back out there slightly because he hasn't got a full overlap, and that does give an opportunity for Jordan to try and stream away. But the problem is now he'll be offering the toe to Bradley, with Jonathan Collins only 2 seconds behind and closing quickly. It could be a top 3 fight in the AM class on the final lap between them, depending on how the next 2 laps play out. But from them, let's go back up to the very front of the field, because whilst he may have made the move the best part of 4 laps ago, Luciano Witvoet right now, he hasn't broken away from Mikey Doble, and in fact, it does look as though Doble has started to get closer again. So whilst one has been able to swing it back ahead of the other, the momentum seems to ebb and flow between them as this circuit continues to dry, but it's not dry enough for slicks, no doubt about it. But right now, Mikey Doble all over the back of Witvoet, in towards Noble Bend they go. We ride on board and look down over the top of the number 1 car and on its way in towards turn number 6 at this point. We can see there the difference in lines. Doble a lot more aggressive into these higher speed corners, whereas the Audi meanwhile a bit more conservative, and it does seem as though this Veloster has the greater grip, but then again the Audi has the straight line speed, and you can see that acceleration gain there from the Audi RS3 as they come in towards Church Bend. Doble taking a much earlier turn in to offset the dirty air and also the spray that he's having to deal with, but out the corner they go, and this is where the Audi will be able to get the power down and just maintain the gap at just under 0.2 of a second. But Doble's got the opportunity here to look for a move, but would he go for it now or would he wait for the final lap? And the answer is going to be the latter here. He's going to wait as they head into club, and it's going to be Witvoet who drags the car through the corner, tries to prevent Doble from getting any run off as they head on towards turn number 1. But right the way on around there and in towards the final lap they go. Well, from then we come back here to the big scramble in the Prime class between Clemens, Smart, Addy, Smith and Ultria, with Alex Meredith right in the mix. He's the odd one out, and they can make their way through Club Bend, and Clemens right now trying to hold on to 6th place here in Pro-Am and hold on to the final overall points paying position of 15th place. We're on towards that 16th lap they turn, and Clemens here gets away as now Smart has to try and deal with Addy and Meredith all over the back of him, albeit Addy and Meredith now stumbling on top of each other with a run and heading in towards the braking zone. This is going to be Alex Meredith now really having to try and find his way through, and Smart pulls away a little bit, and Addy there being able to get back ahead for now. So it's absolutely back and forth between all of them. Ultria versus Smith, meanwhile behind. These two are side by side heating towards turn number 4, and it does seem as though Smith's going to get ahead, but Mikey Doble meanwhile has moved into the lead of this race. Coming through turn number 6, he's been able to get the cut back. It is a lead that's been retaken, and as they roll the way through into Church Bend, we're going to stay with this lead battle all the way to the end, because Adam Delman has caught back up to it, and then onwards then it's one last stretch of road, plus also the club chicane and the sprint to the finish line. But we can see Witvoet getting closer here. Mikey Doble's going to go as defensive as he can in towards the final quarter. Witvoet in the end holding to the outside line, trying to get Doble to outbrake himself now under pressure, but Doble's not going to do that as they roll the way through club, and now it's just one run to line. It's going to be a quick drag race. Well, the Audi's got the speed, but has Doble got enough in the tank? He'll pull it to the wall, and yes he has. Mikey Doble will take victory in race number 3 of the day, just ahead of Luciano Witvoet, with Adam Delmont completing the top 3. Lewis Delmont will complete a run to prime victory in the final race of the day. 4th place overall ahead of Sam Van Olst, who finishes run-up in prime, 5th place overall. Benjamin Gregory holds on for 3rd place in the prime class, 6th overall ahead of Tom Davidson, Lee Horn, Isaac Dolan, Joseph Doble. Gavin Gardner's 11th. Reese Watt is 12th ahead of Stuart Wyness, and then Matthew Jordan comes on through to take victory in the AM class in the final race of the day, just ahead of Sam Bradley, with Jonathan Collins missing out 3rd place in AM, a further 1.5 seconds back. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what a way for it to end here. And indeed, in the big scramble, or the question of who finished 6th in the prime class, it was Nick Clemens who did it by only 0.08 over Kieran Smart, with Matthew Addy finishing behind them. And then it was Meredith and Smith, and that was the run of 15th through to 19th, with Ben Ultria 20th in all of that. Well, absolutely manic racing, whichever way you looked. And well, we need to take a quick look back at how Mikey Doble made the move for the win on the final laps. We just missed it, but thankfully, due to the powers of replays, we can catch it, and here it was, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this was coming out of Noble and in towards turn number 6. They went, and as they rolled the way on through it, Witvoet just going slightly deep there, a tiny trip deep, and as a result, Doble with the better cornering capabilities of that Veloster just able to get up ahead, and that's how he made the move happen. So a tiny error from our Audi driver, but it's the smallest errors that could be the most costly. Well, as we come back to your live circuit side pictures, Doble into the pit lane there. He'll be absolutely ecstatic. What a day for Doble Sim Racing today. Witvoet won't complain, however. A finish on the podium once again, and Adam Delmont, well, a little bit of a cloud hanging over his race, given the contact between himself and Guthrie, and we may not have wanted it to go that way, but as all the field piles on into the pit lane, well, an absolutely brilliant set of drives, and none more so as well for Matthew Jordan, who in the end, in bringing the car home once again to that AM result. Well, Sam Bradley may have taken the race 1 win in AM. In race number 2, it may have gone the way of Callum Murray, but Matthew Jordan makes it 3 different AM winners in 3 races here at Thruxton, and well, he adds to his brilliant results over the course of the season. As he comes into the pit lane, and indeed all of the drivers now starting to settle on down, let's take a look to the scenic views and with the race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. And as we can see, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, so I just have a slight hair in my throat. Let me just get rid of that. And hair removed there after a brilliant race number 3 where it went from a wet circuit to a gradually drying circuit, but not dry enough for slick tyres. Everyone who went on the wet making it work. Mikey Doble, in the end, having a brilliant battle for victory between himself and Luciano Witvoet, with the Doble Sim Racing driver coming away the better of the two by 1.6 tenths, with the Doble Sim Racing machine just ahead of World of Racing STR Motorsports' Audi. But from Witvoet, it was Adam Delmont then, who finished in 3rd for NXTGEN Green, ahead of teammate and son Lewis Delmont, who took the final Pram victory of the day after Reese Watt's dominance. Well, Delmont there able to get the job done in the 23. Sam Verdost, runner-up there in the Pram class in his brilliant battle between himself and Benjamin Gregory. The Belgian for Goldwing Motorsports fended off the charge of the full tilt Motorsport with boosted Motorsport machine. And then from the top 6, in 7th was Tom Davidson, with the Sim Racing Collective Esports, who enjoyed his scrap, no doubt about it, with the Prime drivers, but had to fend off the charge from Lee Horn in the end by 4 attempts. The NXTGEN Pink driver there finished ahead of Isaac Doble, and Doble Sim Racing 65 driver just finished ahead of his brother Joe Doble there, who completed off the top 10. Gavin Gardner was 11th for NXTGEN Pink in a relatively quiet race 3 for him, albeit on the back of Joseph Doble right at the end, but not able to make the move happen. And it was JDM Motorsports, Reese Watt, who missed out on a Pram podium, but still 4th place in the Pram class and a huge points haul today, and that will certainly put him back on his way for the championship campaign. Track Scotland, Stuart won his 13th overall, 5th place in Pro-Am, and indeed a good result to end the day on, but it's been a day of struggles for the Scottish outfit, with Jamie Dory 14th there for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of Nick Clemens, who rounded off the overall top 15 and took the final overall point for iRacing Esports. Kieran Smart was 16th for Track Scotland, ahead of Matthew Addy, with a WSS Racing driver finished ahead of his teammate Alex Meredith in that absolutely brutal scrap for 15th place overall between Clemens, Smart, Addy, Meredith. And let's also put Sam Smith and Ben Trier into that mix, with the 6 drivers being separated by 1.5 seconds at the checker flag. From the full tilt Motorsport with boosted Motorsport driver, it was then 21st to Duncan Rice for Goldwing Motorsport, who really went under the radar today, unfortunately, but still some decent points there in the Pro-Am class of the South African driver, ahead of Andrew Pike. Had a frustrated end to his day battling with the AM drivers in this final race. And speaking of the AMs, well, there is your top 3 in AM. From 23rd through to 25th, Matthew Jordan took the victory for NXTGEN Pink, ahead of NXTGEN Green Sam Bradley, holding him off to the line by 4 attempts, and Jonathan Collins for WSS Racing, making it another 3rd place spot on the AM podium. Alan McCain was 26th, ahead of Russell Fowler, with the Rhino Esports driver being followed up by his teammate Marcel Frisch, who finished 4th in AM to recover some good points. And then it was a lap down to Michael Lees, as it was to Cal Murray, 4 laps down, and well, he'll still be classified, and in the end it was retirements for William Guthrie with suspension failure after impact with the barrier at the club chicane following his altercation with Adam Delmont. That was 6 laps into the race. Only 4 laps into the race, we saw the retirements of Conrad Kula and Alexander Paulik for their instant at turn at number 4 at Seagrove, where they both went onwards for World of Racing for STR Motorsports. And we also saw Marcelo Reales, who gambled on the slick from the open lap, the car end up in the barrier, and unfortunately they were not able to repair it and get it racing again. So 34 starters in this race, and in the end a grand total of 30 finishers, ladies and gentlemen, 28 of which on the lead lap. Well, that brings all of our racing to a close here at the Thruxton circuit today. The fastest circuit in the UK, absolutely delivered, no doubt about it. And with a medley of weather over all 3 races, we're only served to heighten the tension and heighten the drama. But of course, what did our drivers have to say about it? We're going to find out in approximately 8 to 10 minutes time with post-round interviews with our volunteer drivers, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for those interviews as soon as we can. You won't want to miss them. We will see you very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews. And this evening, we're going to be hearing from two of our stars in the pro class. Firstly, from four-time champion and race-winning race number 3 today, Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing. We're then going to be coming to the Pram classes, Lewis Delmont, who found his win in the final race of the day for NXTGEN Green, and talk about his battle upwards through the field from what was the heroics of qualifying to difficulties of race number 1, the successes of race 2, and the triumph of race 3. And then we'll come back to the pro class for World of Racing with STR Motorsports, Luciano Witvoet, and the number 60 driver there, Indian, missing out on a win, but enjoying a good set of battles for top 10s and also that podium right at the end. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to have joining me Mikey Doble here in the interview room. Good evening to you, Mikey. And well, what a challenging day today. But for yourself and the team at Doble Sim Racing, it all clicked together across all 3 races in different ways, but I think race number 1's going to be special for the fact that you've pulled off the 1, 2, 3 as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good evening. I thought I wouldn't allow myself to come and do another interview until I won a race. So here we are, round 4 of the season. But no, race 1 was mega. I wouldn't even say it was a gamble. I mean, to me, it just looked like the right strategy. You know, the rain was 10 minutes out, and you know, based off previous races we've done on iRacing, when it rains, the slicks don't tend to hold up too well when it starts raining. So we all elected to go for the wet tyre. None of us had particularly great qualifyings either, so we didn't have a great deal to lose. Yeah, come through to give it a 1, 2, 3 for the second time, I think, in our careers on NXTGEN.
Oh, indeed, an absolutely fantastic performance, no doubt about it, making it a 1, 2, 3. But dialing everything back, of course, I mean, you're coming into this round off of the back of a number of successes, particularly from Snetterton, both in the NXTCC and in real life. And well done again, I should say, to that, your first overall win in BTCC. So going into this round, I mean, it must have felt as though, you know what, the spirit's there, the momentum's there, but then qualifying didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we gave it our all. You know, we didn't want to go in and pit for tyres because I thought that the track evolution would kind of cancel out any tyre wear, but the left front tyres was just gone with 5 minutes to go, and it almost wasn't worth coming in and putting a new set of fronts on because we wouldn't have had enough time to heat them up and actually get a good lap time in. So I just think that with the weight that me and Isaac were carrying in particular, Joseph has been off the sim for a couple of weeks or a couple of rounds, so the practice just wasn't there. I just don't think the speed was in the car tonight in qualifying, and I don't recall seeing any other Velocitas ahead of us, so maybe it's just not a great track for the car. But that did then kind of, you know, prompt us into making the strategy call for race 1.
Oh, indeed. And a good point there in the fact that you guys were the leading Velocitas in the qualifying session. So with that, like you say, you had nothing to lose. So you made the strategy call. Race 1 starts off in the dry. I mean, those first 10 or so laps before the rain really started to come down, how uncomfortable was it driving on the wet tyre? Because I can imagine the track surface was not offering much other than a lot of heat in a wet compound that probably was boiling.
Yeah, I mean, this track is heavy on tyres anyway, and we could feel the grip going away lap after lap on those dry laps when we were on the wet. But even so, I knew that if the rain came, it would still be better. Warm wet would still be better than a hot slick. So, I mean, when the rain did come, the wet weather tyre didn't really feel too encouraging, but it was still better than those on a completely slick tyre, who either had to come in and pit for the slicks or stay out and try and manage it. And in the end, we were just siving through the field, you know, like we were in a different category really, until we eventually ended up 1, 2, 3. But had the race been a lap shorter, then that wouldn't have been the case, because we were still overtaking slick-shod cars there on the last lap.
Almost definitely, like you say, thankfully we had 16 laps and not 15. And in the end, picking your way through, I can imagine in the scenario where the driver's in front of you on slicks, it's really just you can pick and choose your line to make the passes, given the fact you've got all the grip and they've got nothing.
Yeah, there is that, but then sometimes you're coming at them at such an overspeed over what they're doing that you have to commit to a side and hope that they don't move. And a couple of times it called me out personally through corners like the complex, where you go for a switchback move, but they would then attempt to block it, or they would try and put their cars in the middle of the track, and then all of a sudden you can find yourself, you know, T-boning someone out of nowhere. So you did have to be a little bit patient and just know that if they did try and make it difficult at one corner, then, you know, they wouldn't stand a chance at the next corner. And also that time was sort of on our side there. But yeah, I mean, the wet tyre was probably in the end 8 to 10 seconds a lap faster than the slick, so it was just about being patient and getting through the traffic cleanly, not throwing away a good result.
Well, absolutely nailed it, did yourself, Isaac and Joe. And going into race number 2, of course, now the weight was put in the cars. But race number 2 as well, we saw the three of you split the strategy. Just take us through the logic there, because it was a really innovative way of doing it. And in the end, it did pay off.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph's hasn't run the full season, so he's not in contention for any kind of championship. Well, he might be if he has more evenings like he did tonight, if he drops last week, but he hasn't had the best of starts of the season, so that was all on him really to take the wet in race 2. Me and Isaac thought, we looked at the forecast and we looked at the radar, and we thought that the weather was going to come in a bit later in race 2 than it did in race 1, so we might only have to put up with it for 2 or 3 laps there on the slicks if it rains. But also starting from the front and having clean air, we thought if we can make some really good lap time, work together and pull away from the rest of the field, that we could pull such a gap that you know, perhaps we could hold on to it in the wets in the rain for a few laps. But it just so happened that the rain came a little bit earlier than we'd hoped, so Isaac pitted as soon as the session was declared wet. We stayed out. Me and Witvoet stayed out for another lap, and that turned out to be the right call, because we could still make lap time on that lap and then pitted at just the right time. But yeah, the ultimate strategy was to select the wet from the beginning, as we saw from Joseph finishing P2. But we said on the grid that we knew that one of us would have the right strategy. So.
Well, one of you did have the right strategy in the end, but it set up a very interesting and final race of the day, because, of course, with yourself finishing 8th overall for race number 3 and a top 6 inverted grid, it meant you had a relatively light car and not many drivers reversed in front, so you could look to fight through on a circuit that was wet. It would gradually drive a race distance, but still wet enough for the wet tyre. I mean, it must have felt like a bit of a classic race in race number 3, as though pick off the places one by one and just keep going forward.
Yeah, race 3 I really enjoyed. Nice to not have to worry so much about tyre strategy. You know, it's just fully wet conditions, put the wet tyre on, set the brake bias to where you want it, and just have a proper race really. Made a good start. Race settled down. I was sort of in about P6 after lap 1. But like you say, the pace was there. I don't think the weight makes as much difference in the wet as it does in the dry, but so those guys are still difficult to pass. But I think we had a little bit more overspeed on perhaps some of the guys that we were competing against there. And yeah, well, after I managed to get myself into the lead, one of the championship contenders in Witvoet was right on my tail, and for a couple of laps there he had more pace than me, and he actually passed me relatively easily up the back straight there. So I had to settle down behind him and wait for my tyres to cool down a little bit, and then I think he then made a little mistake into the complex and overstressed his tyre. They overheated a little bit, and then I was the quicker driver for the last couple of laps, and it led to a fantastic last lap battle there between him and I, and ultimately a move coming through Goodwood Corner, and then I managed to hold it off all the way to the line.
Oh, indeed. And with that move being made right at the end, I mean, that's a satisfying moment in itself, particularly with how it was a back and forth battle between the two of you, like you say. And it's now a return to victory for yourself. And there's been a bit of a drought of victory so far, albeit coming into tonight, I do believe running in 3rd in the championship. So it's not as though you're not in the hunt. But we've had seasons like this from you before as well. It's taking you some time to get your first win, but once you get the first win of the season, it seems to open up the floodgates.
Yeah, there's two words the reason why I haven't had more wins, and it's Wojciech Swirydowicz. I just can't seem to beat him when everything's equal. But yeah, maybe it's because he wasn't here tonight why I picked up a win. But no, I've always I've been pretty consistent. I mean, I've had quite a few second places this year, this season, and you know, tried to keep the bad numbers off my tally. Just having a look at the provisional results now, and obviously naturally moving up a position with the absence of Woj tonight. But I've moved up to P2, and I'm just a mere 8 points behind Witvoet, which with the points system the way it is, that can all be turned around within a race. So I think it's just all about, you know, staying in the hunt. I think that there should hopefully be some decent velocity tracks coming up. I don't think that we've had our best tracks so far. So maybe when we get to some of the more technical tracks like Knockhill, Alton Park, maybe it might suit this car a little bit more than the likes of Thruxton or Snetterton, which I think are more Audi tracks and Honda tracks with the long straights and heavy braking. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully that can lead to more wins in real life and on the sim.
Oh, most definitely. And will you say about more technical tracks? Next up, we do have our visit to Alton Park's legendary island layout. So how are you feeling for that, knowing that's going to be the end of the first half of the championship?
Yeah, I think I'll go into it with a lot of confidence and take a lot of positives out tonight. I think all three of us will be looking to get strong qualifying there. You know, if we can be top 6, top 7 in qualifying, then that'll set us up well for a nice evening. And yeah, we just got to try and keep beating the our main rivals at the head of the championship. Try and take points off of them. You know, Isaac as well. He's moved up to P3 in the championship, so he'll be carrying a lot of weight, just like me. But yeah, if we can stay ahead of the main guys, you know, Delmont and Davidson, Swirydowicz, Witvoet, then it's kind of irrelevant where we are in the race as long as we're taking points out of those guys, and we can work together as a team as well.
Oh, indeed. Well, like you described, it's incredibly tight, but it's a team effort at Doble Sim Racing to take the points and gradually move forward in the championship. And Will, as we bring this interview gradually to the end, firstly, Mike, I've also got to ask, I mean, off the back of your successes at Snetterton only 2 weeks ago in the BTCC, what can we expect from you at Thruxton in real life this coming weekend? Have you set yourself any targets?
I think, well, I'm hoping for another decent qualifying position. I think that we're still going into this round with full championship boost for qualifying, 15 seconds, which is nice. And I think Thruxton being a shorter lap than Snetterton, it gives perhaps the faster driver car pairings less of an opportunity to claw that disadvantage back, because the way that our boost works, it's 15 seconds whether you're on a 46-second lap like Brands Indy or a 1 minute 54 lap like Snetterton. So the car is always like Thruxton. It's you know, it is very much a chassis circuit as opposed to a power circuit. And I think the car's in a good place. I mean, I'd hope if we can have 3 top 10s and a podium this weekend, I think that'd be a realistic goal. And anything better then will be a bonus.
Oh, well, we wish you all the best in chasing that goal this weekend. I'm sure many tuning in tonight will be cheering you on. I will definitely be from the comfort of my own couch as well. Unfortunately, I can't be there circuit side. But just before we do let you go, Mikey, one last question, of course. Is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
Yeah, why not? Go for yourself, Paul. As always, for a fantastic broadcast. Everyone enjoys watching it. All of our family and friends do. To NXTGEN, Jamie, and all the admin staff over there, race directors, for making it a fantastic league, ever growing league, ever more competitive league. And yeah, for anyone that's still watching, hope everyone enjoyed the broadcast tonight. Shout out to everyone else as well in our lobby. I thought the racing was fantastic tonight. Nice clean racing is what we want to see, and yeah, roll on Alton Park.
Alrighty, well with that, Mikey, it's been a pleasure having you join me for an interview, and great to be able to have you come for an interview after securing your first win of the season. Wish you all the best this weekend at Thruxton, and onwards you go to Alton Park in 2 weeks' time in the NXTCC, and we will see you there to see whether you can carry on the championship momentum with yourself and your teammates. But until then, thank you for your time this evening, and have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Yeah, and you too, Paul. Cheers.
So hearing it there from Mikey Doble, ladies and gentlemen, and well, absolutely brilliant to hear from our 4-time NXTCC champion, and knowing that today, well, there are opportunities out there, and admitting in the absence of the man who unfortunately couldn't be here today due to medical reasons, Wojciech Swirydowicz, well, making the ultimate compliment to the man in the fact that one of the big opportunities came as a result of his main championship rival not being there, and he was able to pounce. And talking about the fact qualifying didn't go quite right for the team, given the fact they all opted to stay on the same set of tyres throughout the entire qualifying session. And in the end, risking essentially was worn tyres for the opportunity to perhaps not have less time in the, or not have as much time in the pit lane, but it didn't work out, so they had then to throw a little bit of a strategic option in the window in race number 1. They did that, they went for the wets, they fell down the order, but when the rain came, it came their way, and that's why we saw a 1, 2, 3 for double sim racing in race number 1, and a huge achievement there from the team, and well done to them. Race number 2 was all about, again, the gamble and strategy, but splitting the strategy across the 3 brothers there, with Joe Doble almost taking victory, just missing out to a 2nd place. Meanwhile, Mikey and Isaac falling a bit further down the order, but still hunting at top 10 finishes. And in race number 3, a classic charge in wet conditions, and we were talking about the enjoyment there, battling with Luciano Witvoet and taking that victory on the final lap. It's been a successful day of racing, no doubt about it, here on the simulator at Thruxton, and he'll be looking to emulate that with top 10 finishes in Thruxton reality this weekend on the BTCC, ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to plenty of that from Mikey as he heads to the race weekend. But with that, we now come to our second interview of the evening, and it is going to be none other than Lewis Delmont, who now gets ready to join me in the interview room, and we're going to be hearing the story here from our Pro-Am driver, who in the end managed to bring on home that victory right at the close. And well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, as Lewis Delmont joins me now. Good evening to you, Lewis. And well, it seems though today was a superb qualifying session, and then a race 1 that didn't quite go your way, a race 2 that almost turned into a victory if it weren't for Reese Watt being stubborn, but race number 3, you finally landed the victory that I think you wanted in race number 1. I mean, how do you leave today? You happy? Are you feeling as though there's been missed points? How do you feel?
Definitely happy, but I do feel I could have definitely got more points in race 1. After pitting for wets, I were on a charge back up towards the front, and ended up I were with my dad going forward, and then through the chicane I ended up getting caught by Alex Meredith and ended up facing a barrier. Managed to pull back out and get it back up to P13, and yeah, the other 2 races I'm happy with. Reese put up a good fight in race 2. Well done to him. And then race 3, everything just went how I wanted it to.
Well, I really appreciate the astute summary there. And we'll talk a little bit more about race 1 shortly. But through qualifying, I mean, a qualifying session where we had a circuit that was practically dry by the end of it. But just take us through how qualifying went for you, because that was a absolutely huge result to put yourself 6th on the overall grid and on pole position. And it wasn't as though you suddenly pulled a lap out of nowhere. You were up there all the way through the session pushing for prime pole.
Yeah, I think I managed to get out behind, I think it was Mikey Doble at the start of quali, and managed to get a few laps, good secure laps down, and then Mikey pulled out, and then I was left in a bit of an area on my own, but it somehow came to my advantage, because then I put my fastest lap in with no tow, so yeah, really happy with quali.
Well, that's brilliant, and particularly doing it without a slipstream as well. I mean, that's a huge statement when you can do it that way. So going into race number 1, like you were saying only moments ago, a bit of an incident that cost you the time and caused you to finish 13th overall, 5th in class. But I have to ask, what was it like in terms of the strategy? We just heard from Mikey who was saying it was a no-brainer really to go to the wet tyre, but where did you find yourself in choosing the wet versus the slick?
I think we just thought, because we did the Thruxton 4 hour at the weekend, and it ended up being dry at the start, and then it rained for a good 20 minutes whilst we were still on dries, and we had a lot of grip. So the way I was thinking going into race 1 was that if it's raining for maybe 10 minutes, we can still stick that out on dries, but after maybe 2 laps of the rain coming down, it just turned into absolutely no grip at all. Definitely a bit of a blunder from us, but it didn't turn out too bad in the end.
Well, it didn't quite work out in race number 1 on the tyre, but in race number 2, you weren't going to make the same mistake twice. And it looked as though that was a classic Delmon family style, make your way through the order as quickly as possible. A 7th place finish on the road and 2nd in prime. I mean, you were nipping at the heels of Rd4 all the way through the end of race number 2. That must have been fun.
Yeah, it were a lot of fun. Yeah, Reese put up a great defensive drive. I just couldn't get around him. He was exactly where he needed to be, and he was the better man in race 2.
Well, he may have been the better man in race number 2, but you weren't going to let him have it that way all the way through, albeit early on in race number 3, as we just caught it on the replay footage there, a big power slide coming out of turn number 4. I mean, you were pushing hard again, but I get the feeling with the circuit going from wet to dry very gradually, you were also seeing just how far you could push yourself.
Yeah, definitely. There were definitely a few moments in race 3 where I was thinking, oh, I might be pushing it a bit too far here, but managed to keep it on the road, and yeah, it was really enjoyable race 3. Just nice and calm. Good result.
Oh, indeed, an absolutely great result there. And speaking of the moment when you did manage to make the move on Reese and go into the lead of the class, I mean, that in itself must have felt a very happy moment there, just for the simple reason, you know, you finally got the upper hand on the man who seems to just refuse to give in to you.
Yeah, I knew he'd been just holding that defensive line into the chicane, and I just thought, you know what, I'm just going to keep pushing him, and he's going to have to move over at some point. So I just stayed right behind him on his bumper into the braking zone, managed to get up his inside, gave him a tiny bit of a touring car, little bump before braking zone, just enough to get moved done.
A move done, and with that, the place was won, and victory would be won soon after. A 4th place overall, I should mention, in race number 3, so a great result there. And now coming out of this, 4 rounds complete, and it does mean provisionally, I'm going to Alton Park, you do sit in our Prime Drivers' Championship as our leader now by 20 points after 4 rounds of racing. I mean, did you expect to be leading after this distance?
At the start of the season, no. But after the results tonight, I was pretty confident, knowing that I know Michael Lease didn't have a great night, Winus didn't have a great night. I was pretty confident with my results from this race to put me up to the top.
Well, the confidence is great, no doubt about that. And going into our next round then, 2 weeks from now, we head to Alton Park, a tight and technical circuit. How are you feeling for Alton?
Yeah, feeling great. I like Alton a lot. It's one of my favourite tracks. Hoping I'll have some good pace there. So, yeah, we'll see what 2 weeks' time brings. Hopefully, a few more podiums.
Well, we definitely look forward to seeing you chase those podiums in 2 weeks' time. But just before we do let you go, Lewis, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
Yourself, Jamie, all the organisers, NXTGEN Green, my dad, Mark Stevenson for watching, yeah, and SpongeBob helmet.
Always the SpongeBob helmet. Well, you always make us smile, no doubt about it, Lewis. And thank you for your time in the interview room this evening. Well done on your results, particularly that win in race number 3. Well deserved. We look forward to plenty more as you go to round number 5 as our Prime Championship leader in 2 weeks' time. But until then, savour the moment and have a great rest of your evening.
Thanks, Paul. Bye.
So hearing there, ladies and gentlemen, from the NXTGEN Green driver, Lewis Delman, and talking about there the fun of the racing all the way through. particularly races 2 and 3. Race number 1 not really working out there, and particularly the strategic gamble with regards to the tyre, and in the end just opting to go for the tyre where they thought by going with the slick it was going to come to them and the rain wasn't going to upset their parade. It didn't work out, and well, as a result, therefore having to try and then salvage something out of it, which they did immediately in race number 2. Both members of the Delmont family did, but for Lewis it was about chasing down Reese Watt. And Reese wasn't going to let him take that place off of him easily. And in the end, held off Lewis right at the close. But in race number 3, it was Lewis Delmont who would get his comeback and indeed take the place early on in the race. As we do see the replay footage here, just before the halfway point, and after that, just trying to run away into the distance with regards to that race win, albeit Reese Watt being absolutely attacked relentlessly by the likes of Sam Van Olst and Benjamin Gregory later on, which saw him drop down, but Lewis Delmont just staying enough ahead not to be under too much threat at the end. And it does mean he is now our Prime Championship leader going to Alton Park, albeit provisionally in 2 weeks' time. We've got plenty of stewarding decisions to come from Snetterton, plus also the racing from today potentially, which could weigh things up. And that's not to say Lewis has done anything wrong, but we always have to keep those in mind. That's why we say results are provisional before the round. And well, with the championship leader pressure and the success ballast, Alton Park is a round that he's looking forward to. And well, the confidence is growing there at this point to be championship leader. He didn't expect it at the start of the season, but he's now starting to believe, and with that belief, it's only going to make him stronger. But now, ladies and gentlemen, coming to our final interview of the evening. We've heard from our Prime driver, and we're going to come back to our Pro driver, because we're going to be hearing from World of Racing STR Motorsports, Luciano Witvoet. And, well, we get ready to speak to the man who definitely today had a great set of performances, particularly in races 1 and 3. But he joins me now in the interview room. Good evening to you, Luciano. And, well, not quite a win today, but when all things are weighed up, given you came into this round, 2nd place of the championship, a 4th in race 1, a 11th overall in race 2 and a 2nd in race number 3. A good set of results, or was there a missed opportunity here?
Hey, Paul. Yeah, definitely a missed opportunity, especially in race 3. The tires were starting to cook a little bit, and then I saw Mikey getting closer and closer in the mirror, and yeah, that I paid the price for that one in the right-hander. I just lost all grip, and then he went through. I'm like, okay, this is over. I'll take the P2. Good points. Why not? And yeah, race 1, we started driving, and I knew from the 4 hours of Thruxton that, when the rain comes in, it could take a while before the grip starts to go. Unluckily, it was not the case today. So when the rain came in, I think like 3 or 4 laps later, the grip was starting to go quite fast. And yeah, me and Conrad basically had to make a decision, like, okay, what are we going to do? Stay out or go in? And, a lot of people are still staying out. I'm like, okay, let's do it now. And then all of the leaders started going in near the end. I'm like, no, let's just toughen it out and see what happens. So I was pretty happy with that P4. And then race 2 was a bit of a blunder. I started on the dries, went in too late as well. But yeah, that was quite obvious that I should have started on the wets. So that was a missed opportunity. But I think overall, with the conditions we had, everything happening on track, I can be quite happy with the result.
Oh, most definitely. A lot of happy points to take away from here, and appreciate the insight into the races. What about qualifying for yourself? 8th place overall, 6th in the pros. I mean, obviously coming into this round with a lot of ballast in the car doesn't normally affect the Audi as much as some of the others we've typically seen. And it was a drying circuit as well. Was there some time still out there in qualifying, or was that the best lap you could get?
No, there was more time in the lap, definitely. But I think around lap 7 or 8, I made a decision to get some fresh tires, to maybe get 1, maybe 2 push laps. And I was following Marcelo, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to have a good tow on the last lap. And then he just pulled over. So I went into the last lap, had a tiny mistake into turn 2. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to push really hard. But yeah, it was already too late. Tires weren't fully up to temperature, and I couldn't get the pace out of it. Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I know that from the extra weight on the car. The Audi is a lot better than the Veloster in terms of the weight. That's something I noticed this season, but still, it's something I have to get used to again with the extra weight on the car.
Well, may not have worked out in qualifying, like you say, particularly the absence of a tow on the final lap, but still a great starting position. And race number 1, you were saying only moments ago about the gamble on the tyre strategy. It didn't quite work out, but still a great drive to 4th. Did that influence the way you looked at race number 2 then, thinking, okay, you know what, we might have a very similar race here. The rain could come at around the same time. Therefore, we're not going to gamble in this time. We are going to go with the wet tyre and just deal with it.
Yeah, basically. Well, the thing was, Conrad and me were talking about it. Like, okay, let's go on the dries. Maybe we can get enough of a gap, before the wet tire really becomes efficient. Conrad went on the wet tires by mistake, but in the end, it paid off for him. He got the win quite comfortably, I think. And the rain came in, and I saw Isaac dive in, and I was looking in the mirror at Mike. I'm like, okay, he's staying with me. So we drove one more lap, and at that lap, I'm like, okay, the grip is starting to go. Let's go in now. Let's not do the same as in race 1, because I knew a lot of people were starting on the wets. So if I would have stayed out, a lot of people would have got me by the end. And yeah, I think I learned from race 1. Just go in, let's see what happened. Then I missed my pit box. That didn't help the position. So yeah, all in all, we learned from race 1, but still not the optimal thing we should have done.
Oh, very true. And carrying through to race number 2, I mean, it's a result that didn't quite go the way you wanted it to. In the end, 11th. But race number 2, I think, was a sort of repeat of race 1.
Yeah, basically. Like, race 1, we got really lucky because, we could stay out, and a lot of people were having to, do a pit stop and make up a lot of ground on the race. So that really helped us. And race 2, I wasn't as lucky to get in front, and I had a heavy fight with Isaac, I believe. And I have Mikey, so it wasn't easy to drive in the clean air that I had. But yeah, we just had to make the most of it. And P11, it's not great, but it's not terrible. We got points, we survived, and yeah, we got again a good position for race 3 and no ballast on the car, which also helped a lot.
Oh, indeed. And race number 3, I mean, it was a classic wet weather race in race number 3. We heard Mikey's perspective only moments ago, but from your perspective, starting 11th on the grid, top 6 is inverted, so you haven't got that many cars that have been flipped in front of you, so it's most of your normal rivals. But in the early stage of the race, I mean, like we see in the pictures here, you've got Mikey and also Isaac around you, and you're very quickly starting to charge your way up through the field. It must have felt as though, you know what, this one, you can just get your head down and have a good time out there.
Yeah, basically. Like in the beginning, I was driving. I'm like, okay, we'll see where it goes. If we get a top 10, we'll take it easy. I didn't want to cause any accident this time because I had a pretty rough round at Snetterton. I just wanted, a nice, clean race, no incidents. And all of a sudden, the pace started to come. Unfortunately, my teammate went into the barrier when that happened, and then I had some clean air. And once I drove up to the front, it was, the same as usual, driving against the same rivals and seeing what would happen. But this time I backed off a little bit. I didn't want to intervene with their fight. And I think coming out of the chicane and out of Church Corner is where I could make most of the moves, because everyone, I believe, was looking in front of them, and I could get a good exit and just pass in the chicane or out of the chicane, which was quite nice. But no, I didn't expect to go to the front in that race. I expected to be fighting in let's say P5, but yeah, it was very nice when it all came together.
Oh, most definitely, and appreciate your thoughts there on where you were able to make the moves coming out of Church. Like you say, you were absolutely lightning quick in the Audi coming out of the final chicane, and we've just seen some evidence where you're able to pull so much time. But coming to the front of the field then, with the fall of some drivers, including William Guthrie with his contact with Adam Delmont, etc. So you're fighting at the front, and it's yourself and Mikey after you pass Delmont. I mean, at that point onwards, what was the state of the car? Because you said you cooked the tyres at a certain point, but was the car quite comfortable until you cooked them?
Yeah, the car was very good. Like I was behind Mikey, and I was quite happy in P2. I'm like, okay, we can finish like this, good points. And I started close up. I'm like, okay. Isaac and Adam started fighting. I think I have a shot at the win. Let's see what happens. So I started, to do the same thing out of Church Corner, and it worked. And I was hoping that I could drive away, but it wasn't the case. So when he stuck with me, like I was pushing harder and harder and outbraking myself here and there a little bit. And on the last lap, he started getting closer. So I was looking way too much in the mirror. And then, you come to that right-hander, and the car started sliding a little bit. So I dropped it down to 4th gear, and yeah, the grip wasn't there. Mikey set me up perfectly in that corner, and yeah, it was a good fight. That's all I can say.
Oh, it was a superb fight, and you just lost out on the final lap with only 4 corners to go, but still, sometimes that's the way it goes. Some great points for yourself, though, and after 4 rounds, I mean, it's very close in the championship, but you lead. Obviously, we've had the absence of one big name in the form of Wojciech Swirydowicz, but how are you feeling 4 rounds in now? I mean, you've always, whenever you've been on the grid, you've always been right up there chasing race wins, but something tells me this might be a bit of a special season. You just seem to have a bit more to you this season, Luciano. I don't mean that badly. You just seem to be dialed in a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that I have 2 teammates on the grid now, so we practice more, like together, and I can learn a lot from them. They learn a lot from me, so it's really nice to have that. In the previous seasons, I was always alone in the championship. Yeah, and I don't know. Sometimes I just try to get the points this time and not put myself into dangerous situations. I did that in the first couple of seasons where I also, got a lot of DNFs, and I realized that's gonna take too much points away. Like I've been aggressive at Donington because it was the opening round, and then Snetterton I was aggressive again, and then after Snetterton I'm like, okay, just take points. I just don't want to get killed because, of course, Wojciech got killed on Snetterton. So I knew, like, just take it easy now. Just get the points, make sure you got the P1 in the championship, and then, I have to see it from round to round. I know how quickly my lead can also, fall back to P3 or P4, whatever. So I just have to get on it every race and, yeah, just not do any stupid things. Just keep the car in one piece. That's the main focus. Like, not have any crashes or whatever.
Well, a very sensible approach there, and I think that could be an approach that could take you to your first championship crown, but we've got many around to go. Speaking of which, next up, Alton Park in 2 weeks' time. It wraps up the first half of the season. How are you feeling for it?
Alton Park has always been good to me. It's going to be a difficult track for overtaking, I believe, but I think, I mean, every track up until now should have been difficult for overtaking, but somehow everyone makes it work, so I believe it's going to be a good round. If I can get the quali nailed down, then I hope I can get up there fighting for wins.
Well, no doubt. We'd love to see you up there fighting for wins at Alton Park, to see if you can maintain that championship lead. But just before I do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast?
Yeah, of course. Conrad and Alex, my teammates. We've been practicing together. We've been improving quite a lot. Alex is his first season and actually first drives in the TCR. I'm happy he's improving and having fun doing it. And Conrad, he had round 1 where he was not that confident, and all of a sudden, confidence came, and now he's getting consistently in the top 10. I'm just really happy for the guys.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. And the team spirit sounds wonderful to have behind you and working with your colleagues. Well, with that, Luciano, it has been a pleasure to have you join me in the interview room this evening. Well done on your results, particularly the 4th place in race 1 and also the run-up position in race number 3. We look forward to plenty more at Alton Park in 2 weeks' time. But until then, thank you for your time and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
So hearing there from our final interview of today, ladies and gentlemen, the number 60 of Luciano Witvoet, and talking there, I do love his approach, very logical and sensible in the way he's looking at things, and talking about not just his performances today, and the fact that things didn't quite work out in race number 1 with regards to the strategy gamble, but it was worth one nonetheless, and in race number 2, the fact that things didn't quite go the way he wanted, but race number 3, he was able to enjoy the racing and just miss out on the win, small mistakes, however, enjoying the Audi and really getting a feel for where it was able to be aggressive today. But more notably, talking there about the difference in his approach this season compared to previous seasons, whereas in previous seasons he's been a bit more aggressive and taken a lot of risks. This season, dialing it back, and with also the support of 2 teammates in the grid, because he's always raced alone. He hasn't been with his teammates up until now, and it shows, and that's why I wanted to ask, because we are seeing a different Dutchman here. He does seem so much happier behind the car, and it's telling the fact championship leader now after 4 rounds, albeit we've got plenty of distance to go, but he's been up there, and also you can just see the results keep on coming. He mentioned there time and time again, going for the points, make sure to get the points, and it just feels as though with that attitude he's enjoying the racing, and that's great. And it means that when we go to Alton Park, where you can expect some even better performances from him, and he's looking forward to the tight circuit and looking forward to seeing whether he can maintain that championship lead and enjoy the fight with his rivals once again. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings to a close our interviews for this evening. We just heard from Luciano Witvoet for World of Racing with STR Motorsports. We also heard earlier on from another pro driver. Our first interviewee was Doble Sim Racing's Mikey Doble, the number 1. And between the 2 of them, our second interviewee was none other than NXTGEN Green's Pro-Am class driver of Lewis Delmont in the 23. Congratulations to all 3 of them for their performances over the course of this evening. Thank you for their time in the interview room as well. And we look forward to plenty more in 2 weeks' time when we head to Alton Park. But with that, it is now time for us to wrap up. And firstly, what we must do, of course, is talk about the provisional standings. And we begin with the overall Drivers' Championship top 15. And after 4 rounds, as we can see, Luciano Witvoet moves to lead by 8 points over Mikey Doble. But the gap between these two has compressed somewhat, with Mikey Doble getting the best set of points out of all of our pro drivers today. And, well, understandable there with the 2 great results in races 1 and 3, that right now he's definitely hunting down the leader with certainty. Isaac Doble moves to 3rd as well. It's a double sim racing 2-3 at the moment, albeit only a point ahead of Adam Delmont. And then Wojciech Swirydowicz not on the grid today, so this gets locked in as a drop score, but hopefully he's back in 2 weeks' time and ready to go again, because the grid doesn't quite feel the same without him. And, well, you can see right now the fact that he's going to have to make up for the lost points. Tom Davidson sits in 6th on 98 points, equal to Conrad Kula, but indeed different fortunes, and Davidson ahead based on result countback, but Kula enjoying a great race number 2 in particular. And, well, with that win as well, it does mean that now he's moving his way into the top 10 and is firmly set to stay there. Gavin Garner up into 8th. Albeit not many points scored today, so it's been a bit of a frustrating round, and he's under the threat 2 points behind of William Guthrie, who'll be gutted with how race number 3 ended. He was looking for at least a podium, if not a win, but still that's the way things have turned today, and Andrew Pike completes the top 10 there with a difficult day for the Sim Racing Collective driver, only 2 points gained from this round. Lee Horns up to 11th, best of the rest, ahead of Alex Meredith by a single point. Next, Lewis Stillman ahead of Ben Gregory and Matthew Addy, and the final 3 of our drivers there all being Pro-Am drivers, enjoying a great fight and a great scrap to be inside the overall top 15. But as we then look to the Pro-Am Drivers' Championship with the points adjusted for the Pro-Am finisher positions, well, there we can see Lewis Stelmont leads by 20 points over Stuart Winus, and Lewis Stelmont today, the man to beat for the most part, albeit only 1 try outscored him, and he's all the way down in 8th place. It's Reese Watt. Between the 2 of them, Winus in 2nd, another consistent score, but perhaps some points went missing today, and Thruxton not a circuit that suited him, and Michael Lees therefore has moved to within 3 points of him, or fallen to within 3 points of him, we should say, given that Lees hasn't scored as well as he would like to have. Matthew Addy, 36 points to his name, now equal with Lees on points, but behind based on result countback, he's in 4th, with Ben Altrier sitting in 5th, just behind. There's a further 5 points to his teammate from Full Tilt Motorsport, Benjamin Gregory, in 6th. 8 points then further follows to Alan McCain, and finally we get to Reese Watt, and behind Watt by a point is Nick Clemens, who falls to 9th, but ahead of Duncan Rise, and Rise only inside the top 10 based on result countback versus Kieran Smart, with Sam Van Olst, Russell Fowler and Sam Smith completing your Pro-Am standings. Then coming to the AM class, last but by no means least, and here we see Marcel Fritsch, with the absence of his main rival, Mark Sykes today, has been able to extrapolate a major lead, and now 201 points to the 176 of Matthew Jordan, who with that win in race number 3, moves into 2nd, and this season is starting to come on strong for him. And don't count him out. If he's able to establish some consistency, I wouldn't be surprised if Jordan becomes a contender for the championship. Jonathan Collins had a reasonable set of results. He sits in 3rd, but Sam Bradley as well, with a consistent string of results, podiums across the board, 4th now, and is rising up quickly. This AM class is getting very tight. Sykes not being on the grid, he falls to 5th and locking in this round as a drop score, as does Craig Tillerson with technical issues, and then Callum Murray completes the top 7 with a win of his own in race number 2, and that win, we didn't get the points that he wanted in race number 3, but that win firmly keeps him in the hunt for a top 5 finish at the end of the season. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's a recap, and it's now time for us to completely wrap up. And well, thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show and perhaps you're sat there wanting to know more about the Next Gen racing community or how you can be on the grid for a future season of racing, whether it be touring cars, GT3s or everything else in between, we do recommend you head to our website. That's nextgenracing.co.uk, and that website appearing on the screen now. The home of clean and fair sim racing for all is how we pride ourselves at Next Gen Racing, and you won't find a more welcoming community based in the United Kingdom, but we're welcome to everybody around the globe, whether you're based in the UK or all the way on the other side of the globe. There's a home for you here at Next Gen Racing, whether you're a pro or a rookie started out. And our website has all the information you need to be able to get on the grid with us. You can even join the official Discord, and invite link also in the description of this broadcast if you're tuning in via YouTube or Facebook. But if you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a social media person, we do recommend you join our Facebook group. And that's at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing, where you can find out all the same information as on our website, but also you can find out a little bit more about the guys and girls behind the scenes who make up the Next Gen Racing administration team, including what they do not just on the virtual circuit, but also the real life circuit, with a number of our admin members being real life racing drivers, if not racing marshals, if not also within a race direction. But I'd also like to take a moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, without whom we could not do this, including PowerMax, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Douglas Motorsport, Sam Cases UK, Falconer PC Builds and Support, Benji Sim Photos, and of course our title sponsor for this season, and thank you to our continued partnership with them, Doble Motorcycles. And if you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV as powered by dreams, then why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Given their expansive full range of machinery, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer, and with the Doble family's rich racing history throughout 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble, where you can be certain you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checker flag. But for all that and more, to find out what they've got in stock and their services, do head to their website, and that's doble.co.uk today. That web address again, doble.co.uk. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we've got time for today, and we turn our attentions to 2 weeks' time, because on Tuesday, the 17th of June, 2025, it will be at the conclusion of the first half of the season as we head to the Alton Park Island Circuit in Little Budworth of Cheshire to see who will head into the break on top form. In the Overall Drivers' Championship, it's Luciano Witvoet who has a slender lead over Mikey Doble, with the expectation that Wojciech Swirydowicz will be back on the grid to mix things up and get firmly in the fight. In Pro-Am, well, at the moment, it would seem there is the scenario whereby everybody is on the rise trying to chase after Lewis Delmont, but Lewis Delmont has opened up a gap of 20 points, and is he able to steer clear of the danger of the rest of the field? And in the AM class, well, Marcel Fritsch may have a sizable gap to the best part of 35 points, but is he going to be able to hold on to the gap with a lot of Pro-Am drivers seemingly starting to find their form? Well, for all that and more, tune in 2 weeks' time to find out how the story continues, but until then, we've been Next Gen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly, as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay on track. Good night.
Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, that's all from us here at Next Gen Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all.